Hello there. Hello there. Sorry I'm late though. Hello everyone. Hey there, Rilzamir. Hey there, Joust. Hey there, Couple Snacks. Thank you for the looks and the escapes and the hello there's. I'm terribly sorry. Everything was starting up and then suddenly the morning coffee was like, your throne awaits. And I go, oh. Had to have a little bit of a dash. But hey, now we're back and now we're on and now it is time to push the button and find our satisfaction. Let's see. Change the scene. Ads are starting in partner in a few seconds. Perfect. By the time they're done, hopefully the game will be on. Hope you're all doing good. Hope you're all having a pleasant start or start to your Sunday, end to your Saturday, depending on your time zones.
We Sanoff Ten Bago.
Thank you, Gimbiter. 20 months. 20 months. That's nuts. 20 months of silly internet ban. Nuts, yes. The nuts of D. And thank you, Potato, for all your never-ending support. Push that button. Give it a clap over here. Right. Excellent. Ah, sweet, sweet caffeine. Right, so last time we got these sort of set up, they just need to be fed. They need 3 inputs, and those 3 inputs are the quick wires, silica, and the circuit board. Circuit boards are being made there, silica behind, and that stuff there. Okay, this music makes this entire scene like so much more eerie. Kinda neat.
It's all coming together.
Goddamn right it is, Kobold Snacks. Right, pause that one. And put on the proper sounds of the worst of Goat Simulator. That ain't the same. That was some mind-breaking goat music. Alright. Alright, so. Drones now? What are they doing? They are, I mean, similar to trucks in a way. And what they do is imports and exports. Let's see here. There are here's some export stations. There's some import stations, just because they're imports and exports, because that's how I set them up to be. You see? And also, a drone station can handle both outgoing and incoming, like, transportations. As long as they can make the delivery both, you know, both ways, they will. But I like having my stations specialized most of the time. So, yeah. Yeah. So this one is pretty much, I named it, Fruit Computers, the battery import station. What it does is imports batteries. And then the battery output, see, you have the import and export holes. So the export holes, they go down here, go through a splitter, and then it feeds back into itself, because this is the port's fuel hole, and then it feeds into the fuel holes of all of these. Because these are my import stations, so they all have their own respective drone. Because that way, when there's space, they'll go fetch more. Whereas export stations have no drone, and they don't need the fuel, they just have stuff. Because then if someone needs to import silica, I'll build an import station and send its drone to come here. Now, if you have like 2 stations and you know you're going to have ongoing never-ending throughput, then you might want to have, you know, drones on both ends doing deliveries, because then you have, you know, double the throughput. And you can have that way, like like we saw, it has input. Like unlike many others, it can handle input and output at the same time. It's similar to a train station, but then you have like one station for imports, one for exports, and then one train like driving through there can handle all of that. But with the drone, it's that way easy because they bring a delivery here, and then once their inventory is empty, then they could refill and then take it back to the other station. Because every drone can be attached to 2 stations pretty much. Because every drone is like attached to a drone port, and the drone port can have a target station. But I tried to make it so that the exporters have no target stations because they got no drones, and the importers, they choose where they're importing from. But they could both have each other's stations, and then they have 2 drones going back and forth, and you can have relatively fast export-import happening. I do actually have one station that does both import and exports, and that is at my... because close to the space elevator, we have the old factory making the modular engines. And then I have another factory making the next project parts that use modular engines, but they're pretty far from each other. So what that one does is it sends over the finished goods over to the old factory making the modular engines, and from there grabs modular engines to bring back to the more advanced factory, which then turns them into the next level and so on, because the old factory is closer to the space elevator. And hello there, one player gamer. Hope you're doing well. But drones won't make spaghetti factories. What has this game become? That I mean, the drones were always there. Drones were in early access and everything. Yeah, they're not as effective, but it's more like drones help make more of these like localized mini factories and so on. Similar to it's helped you cut down on. I mean, it's the next upgrade from trains in the way, because trains are in my opinion the best way to transfer stuff, because they can carry the largest amount of stuff, and the train stations have 2 input ports and 2 output ports. So with the Mark 6 belts, they can have a throughput of 2,400, which is like the highest you can get. So that way, the trains have the most robust and efficient way of delivering goods from point A to point B, but the drones are just easy, as long as you have a way to keep them fueled and powered. But that way you don't necessarily have to build the complex infrastructure to just have a small delivery. And I quite like them, because then I can have like one train station for like larger goods, then the drone for the intermediates. Then if I need something with that would have a much slower throughput, then I could have a truck station, and that's the slowest possible. We still haven't done it, but we're gonna have to do at some point. Just have at least one sort of delivery that runs purely with the power of the carts. Because the carts don't need fuel, and they can carry one stack of items, so they'd be handy for. Let's see, an import is happening. What are you even bringing in, by the way? You look like you'd be bringing sulfur. Oh, limestone. Yeah, you bring in some rocks. Yeah. So they still help with your spaghetti, because after that, then your raw resources need to be pretty, processed and all that. So here we have another Caterium processing, where the ingots are being turned into quick wire. We could do another Caterium ingot export station, which we will have to at some point. But for now, we'll also make just like excessive amounts of quick wire, which we could then build other things with. But right now, it's all going into the awesome sink. Go ahead, truck. Hey, there's Osgard. Yeah. Why do you think I built all these roads? Look at that. That's a hiking truck. Because we have universal vehicle paths now. The truck AI used to be pretty crappy, and that's one of the inspirations for this run, was to they changed so how truck logic works. So now you path them, and they're kind of like secretly trained now. But you can drive them around if you want to. And that is a fuel delivery truck. You see, package being delivered from this one, the package fuel pickup, and it delivers it all the way over here, where there's and it feeds into my fuel stations, my gas stations. Again, So if we look at the station here, we look at it, we see here the outgoing transfer rate is 40 items per minute. Maximum transfer rate says 7 stacks per minute. And it's just because they're not being consumed quite as quickly anymore. And all of this will probably have to be changed because I need to start turning my old fuel production systems into making not only turbo fuel but rocket fuel. And then at least some of them into ionized fuel. Just because we can. And yeah, we could bring in, because the ionized fuel will require some synthetic power shards. So I'm thinking we'll probably then have to put in some sloops into the synthetic power shard production, because right now they should all be being consumed. So if we can just make a little bit more of those, then we can ship them over by truck. Truck used to be crappy. So what we can all call an understatement. No Scania. Tinkering with trucks for ages. Yeah, I remember I did like 1 or 2 truck lines, and then I came to the conclusion that screw this. Because most important, it is still a tech sort of advancement problem in the game, in my opinion. You unlock tractors first, yeah, and the next upgrade will be with trucks. But in the same tier that you unlock trucks, you also unlock trains, which are just superior in every way. You still have to build your roads. It's easier to build train tracks. Sure, they take steel and so on. I need these. The vehicle tracks are kind of free, I guess, but then you need fuel for those. But the trains also deliver electricity, and the throughput is just massive. So it's one of those things where I wish trucks could be unlocked like 1 tier earlier. Like, it would be better if trucks and tractors were unlocked in the same tier, or tractors were like unlocked 1 tier earlier. Because the trains are unlocked at a good point in the tech evolution, but they just instantly make the truck pointless. Which is a shame, because playing around with trucks, especially now, is kind of fun. So all of the truck stuff I've done is just purely because for funsies. Alright, let's do this thing. We'll finish that building later. Let's go here and look at our golden halls here. We can't really do much about this corner, but we can try to do it this way. I do kind of like the metal pillars here. Oh wait, no, you did weird shit with your floor, so here would make sense to start with the top here. So that's the corner itself, and we do 1, 2. 1 step up, 1/2 step down, now the metallic walls make the metallic pillars work just fine. Half step down, 1, 2. Kind of tempted in trying to put a beam here. Let's see how that would work, actually. If I took these out, and replace them with a painted beam, because the painted beam can be painted. That's the hint is in the name. Perfect music. Yes. Good choice. Well, in the sense that I was considering like should I add some more detail last time we were playing, and I was thinking, you know what, we'll do that later because I was getting a little tired. Yeah, I wouldn't have had the energy to. Oh yeah. Get these details to work. Hey there, Ordinary Adonis, and good morning, Scheme Stockholm. Hope you're all having a wonderful morning so far, and a wonderful rest of the day. Ooh, there we go. Now this side, though. Okay, we'll try it on like first halfway-ish. We'll do it all the way. Because the Mark 6 belt clipping into the wall actually looks kind of cool, in my opinion. I should do this more. We've done this with these other belts previously, and then, you know, it didn't always work that well, but the Mark 6 works wonderfully. Yeah, no, that works. Yeah, so having these 1 meter walls. Otherwise, I like the way to what I did here with building, but rather than having those 1 meter walls, yeah, using the painted beam definitely seems like the better call. I'm happy I'm using my GPU. Nice. How's your day going? Seriously, nice accent. Mark 6 lifts really gives a futuristic look. It does. The day is starting out quite well indeed. Having a lovely time. Yeah, because it's my quick wire factory, so everything has like a Ethereum finish, so gold. If we could paint these gold, I would, just for the, you know, for the hell of it. But yeah, the painted beam. But actually, now these do give a good contrast, a sort of dark metal. But yeah, now the walls look so much better. Yeah, this one was just a fun sort of happy accident to discover. And then the painted beams along the floors means that the windows and everything don't get, like, the pattern doesn't get broken. Unlike, say, here. But okay, here, of course, we're just doing a flat wall everything, but it's also fine. And it works there with the sort of vibe we're going for. But yeah, this was is kind of supposed to look a little flat, going for that future, like, sort of modern American look vibe to it, combined with fun hexagons and green colors. But in the end, I would say I prefer the whole three-dimensionality we can get. Now here's an issue though. You see, I don't think we can do this. Yeah, because it touches that guy, and he doesn't play nice. You have to be okay. So now we know in the future, be more careful with where you put your elevator. But other than that, pretty good, pretty good. Just need to remove it from this side. And then see, do we come up with something for up there? We could probably get away with the painted beam for there as well. In phase 3, we mine a new all pure random 0.25 power. Ooh. That's an interesting combination, isn't it? Yeah, because if you go with like all pure and all randoms, that means, yeah, you just need to find some nodes and you're good to go. You don't have to worry about the quality, really. A half step down. We can see from the light flickering, so there is some Z fighting, but because they're all like the same color and texture, really, it doesn't seem to care too much. That's interesting. Go this way around. Well, there's a little bit of that, but I can live with it. And other than that, call that a win. Yeah, this one maybe could take like one step. And half step to the left. That's tricky. Yeah. I guess we'll just have to leave that tiny little crack in there. So I like how you got that to work. That one is not playing nice, and sadly... Well, no, actually, that actually works okay. I find that acceptable. So it could have been worse. And the crude oil first time, not good. Pure and less power. But I want to have a fun, cozy game. Nice. Makes sense. Still thinking about stealing your save, call it my work. Awesome builder. Oh, thank you, Kim Stockholm. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. And I was supposed to, but I still haven't got around to like figuring out how do I like make blueprints and save them in a form I can share. It's still on the to-do list. And yeah, steal away, my friend. Don't copy paste though. Steal like an artist, like Picasso says. I'm not here to try to be, crazy unique and be the best or anything like that. I will gladly have my work stolen if you can take it and make it even better. Make it your own. Good artist copy, great artist steal. Exactly, Martin Aridonis. That is one of my favorite Picasso quotes. And the one that I sort of have to remind myself about. Because I have... What I would argue is often a sort of childish need to sort of like, no, it must be purely original, all from me, or something. And that's like, no need to reinvent, keep on reinventing the wheel, Because you have to steal like an artist, which means, stealing the entire idea, but then turn that into your idea. That is how you steal like an artist. Getting a road train print would be awesome. Yeah, I mean, but gladly. We got that to work. So when you take one half, you build it along the corridor. You take one half step down, and then the top of the beam is in the same spot as the top of the wall, as you can see. And that way, you don't have a sort of ridge, which is the kind of thing that just personally I like not having. Like I know it doesn't actually do anything for it. Wouldn't really do much for like drainage and so on. But it's just in my head, I like the idea of like this would. It feels like the water would flow down. And these... Okay, how would that work actually? So if we do this, we link it in and we take one half step down, build it there. That's what we got going on here, but it works here. Whereas this one, I think I prefer the beam sticking up properly. Let's make the wheel even more round, yeah. But because you look here, like blueprints. Look at like, for example, the trick. No, that's not what I want. Look at. Would it be under edit? Yep. There you go. And if nothing else, if you want me to, I can also like just, we can go through the structure of this thing one by one. I'll try to make what I made and try to figure out how it works. Because I will admit, a large part of that thing's success is accidental. I just want to make something neat, and then it all end up working like really well together. I'm like, oh. do? Go here to here. We press H, we take 1/2 step down, and we clickety-clack it there. And we got like 3-dimensionality to the wall. Things aren't sticking out where I personally don't like them sticking out. We'll go here to the end. We start building the next one. We switch over to the diagonal form. We'll put you there. Beam connectors in the corners. Now this one was a little tricky because we had to get it to like go beyond the wall just a wee bit. So, see if I can remove you for a wee bit, and let's see here. Mouse to the left goes 1 step too far, 1/2 step, and it goes a little oddly far here as well. But that should be okay. So we go here, and then I just go a little bit this way. Because then we'll have a point to sort of aim towards. Because the freeform allows you to do some crazier shit, I've noticed. Like the diagonal didn't really want to go, it had, you know, go all the way. And from there, you see the diagonal has these hard set points where it sort of allows itself to go, but I can't really get it to go exactly there because here it's too far now. One more freeform, and apparently then that's fine. There we go. Looking nice. Just, you know, beams in the corners, nice little accents. Make that flat wall just a touch more 3-dimensional, and the building already looks so much better. Even if I say so myself. No, there we go. And yeah, gotta keep on remembering, the painted beam. It's a powerful beam. I think you're kind of... There we go. Switch over to default so we get them nice and straight like. Should be... Yeah, 24, perfect. Because the painted beam is apparently, I keep on forgetting that it is also 1 meter thick. Yeah, it's a meter by meter. So that way you can have that one be the end for your 1 meter sort of foundational wall things. Alright, let's do a quick little experiment here. I just had this moment of nonsensical inspiration. Can I do this? It's still a flat wall, but now it's got like a line across it. Kind of digging it. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a most wonderful day. So here we then have a sort of like even thickness goes all the way around. Yeah. How would it look then with these though? Because with these, okay, let's just again quick experiment. I don't think we need to get rid of that one. And again, I've said it before and I'll say it again. This is why it takes me for so long to get anything done in this game, because I suddenly get like distracted. Hey there, Tricklebot. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a most pleasant Sunday indeed. I kind of like how that like continues the line, but I think I prefer this one because it sort of continues the pattern that goes across the entire wall here, where we have this sort of like thicker band. We could even, that could look cool if we had these in like different colors. And we're gonna make them all gold, but let's just have a look-see at. Yeah. Whereas this one is more. I feel like this one would look better if we had then a beam go up and down here or something, like really emphasize these lines, but I don't want to add too many beams here. Boop, boop, beep, beep. Thank you for the welcome. I'll engage in alert protocols and appreciate your company, friend of Treacle. Hey, thank you, bot of Treacle. Enjoy those alert protocols and have a good one. Hope you enjoy your lurking and escaping. I push the button and I should see, or not, there it is. I think my feathered cap just maxed out on the on its skills. I am a fellow in the mines mining out some iron ore because I realized that, you know what, I should like, I keep on like getting distracted and jumping from like project to project in that game, and I realized like, well, to do what I kind of want to do, maybe I should just mine out like thousands upon thousands of iron ore, and then even double that in coal, just so I can make enough I don't know, steel shields. You can sell them on the market and also maybe upgrade that steel shield skill. And I sort of like realized that I had like over 800 bits of cooked herring. Or well, sardines, sorry. So I was gonna make some pies. Rico got her first pet yesterday on her birthday, so we're very happy about that, people. Wait, congratulations for the treacle. With a wonderful pet. I finally have myself one of those pet like scroll things, so that's also one of the reasons why I want a lot of like raw materials for smithing, because I want to get Hilda the hammer, because I like hammers, especially smithing hammers, and I kind of, you know, that is black. I'll show you something. Here. I couldn't find my hammer, so I have a enjoy some hat. Let's see, change the scene. Oh, so this scene is. I think okay. Let's not use that scene. OBS has apparently broken there. Yeah. Show off my fancy pointy hat instead. Hope you like it. It has green feather things, as you can see from the like green screen. Problem. Yeah, my blacksmithing hammer, the one I made myself when I was in Scotland. I quite like it. Yeah, they Master PB 420. Got the coffee cup. Oh, I wish I had one. Not like the fanciest one. I have this one. I got it as a gift. My other majestic hat with fancy pointiness. Well, thank you, Trickle. But appreciate it. I wish I had one of these. I need to get me one of these mugs. Other than that, I have this one. They're on sale, $19.99. I might have to look for those. But yeah. Yeah, my storage solutions are very chaotic, which leads to the fact that I'm then being forced to, like, you know, reorganize every now and then, which means that then when I finally do need to find something, I have no idea where all my stuff is. Very tragic. I'm mildly upset now that I don't know where my hammer is. Looks just like in the game? Yeah. That is true. Master PB. Yeah. Well, yeah. I've got my gate one from my abiotic factor, which I got from my brother was visiting from New Zealand, where he has close one working for the company who makes the game. So I got it as a gift. You have to say, it is a gift. But that would be fun, yeah, to also get the appropriate one from Satisfactory. Alright, so these golden spools need to be then delivered to that building. So I was thinking if we do like a wall hole here, seeing as the elevator is here, which means we have a so we do a wall hole here, and then but the catwalk comes all the way here. Ooh, that works well with the beam we just put down. And so we zoom this one a little further now to like to be a placeholder. And then we see, where can I cross over? Can I get a catwalk?
Critical.
Why, thank you. Keemstock, the chance for the hydrate. And Keemstock, I'm asking, what, have you stolen Nuuska Moikkunen's hat? Snooze Mumriken's hat with on. Nope. Or maybe I have. You would never know. He has a green hat and I got a green screen. He would be invisible at all times. On Twitch too, BRT. Yep, Master PB on the YouTube side. I multi-stream. I've been considering adding even more services to the multiple streams. Just kind of because one can. And there's potential of trying to get slightly more ad revenue. Because in the end, we do need to pay for all of this somehow. Let's see. So do one of those there, and then a corner one here. Yeah. But then we can get this thing to be sort of angled with. What the heck did I do here, and how did I even do this? Sometimes the game does interesting choices. Well, it's mostly my fault, I guess, because also my
Hello there.
save has reached a sort of critical mass. Day number 1 of asking to time out Keemstock one day. Oh no! And hey there, Master PB 420. Hello there too. Here as well, my friend. Keemstock, I'm like, what? What? Oh no! Stockholm has angered the joust. Or the joust is just feeling spicy. Oh, haha! The timeout wars have begun. So I like the round concrete one here. Especially because we're building with concrete here. And we can't do a beam across there because the elevator doesn't play nice with them. So I think here we're using a painted version of the crossbeam, which I quite like the crossbeam. So we could do that. Oh wait, no. If we're doing this, let's be like thematically coherent, and then just add that there. Then you go down as well. Because the low barrier actually worked really well here. Because if we stop with the hovering and we actually run around, I love this. You know, when you build with your hover pack, things look a little odd. Like, does this really work? You're not really certain. And then I remembered, oh right, how does it look like from the ground? And then you see like these barriers actually work quite well here. There, that safety railing seems, because I use those safety railings in a lot of places. But considering the whole like heavy industrial nature of everything we're doing here, this sort of solid barrier, it's like melds in very well with these support beams. And then giving that just a little extra thickness by adding the foundation frame wall means that they're not like there's nothing here like hovering over emptiness. And in general, I really like these frame walls and how they add that extra oomph to the flat concrete thing. And here I think we're gonna do this, that, and that. And now we have this structure supporting this, and of course that means we're gonna have to add that one. No. There. Just so it all looks a little... It looks like a touch more solid. Yeah. Okay, no. You need to go with that one tiny bit up. There. Now it's better, because now it looks like it's like part of the same height as this thing. Yeah. Gonna have catwalks here as well at some point, and that'll be the sort of like proper way to go across this belt. Right now we're just gonna slip and slide and fly about. Ah, almost forgot to put the pillar back. Oh yeah, the golden house looks a lot better now with added the extra beams. I'm thinking maybe we add one here to the bottom as well, but I don't know. Kind of works. Kind of feel like just removing some of these and adding more like catwalk connections. And we've got one here, which is the sort of main entrance into here, and then
I hope you're having a great day.
oh, thank you, elevator. Lovely. Let's switch on over to Absolute Fix-It. Now quickly a little sippy. I like them better for the normal railing, yeah. The elevator, yeah. When I first like rode, I made like really, I've ridden an elevator before. Then they said nothing. Then I built the one that's on for this building, and then it says, "Hey, I'm elevator." Similar to Ada, but less advanced. I'm here to, you know, always give you up, and you know, always let you down. Oh sweet Jesus, it got loud again. There you go. In-game music, yes, Master PB420. This game needs more architecture pieces. Kinda, yeah. And brotherly love, nice. Nothing quite the like subtle, you know, loving violence of a bromance. I don't know if the game needs more, because it has a lot of them. There are certain pieces I would like, which is like especially for the frame foundations. I would love to see them halved, or then an even smaller catwalk piece, half of this one. Because sometimes things are off by like a half foundation, or a quarter of a foundation, and the quarter of a foundation is then half of a catwalk. And sometimes, well, then you have to improvise. Yeah, and this one is in-game. It is tier 1 by Dream thing. The first song on the Absolute Fix-It tape. The other one we were listening to previously, with the craziness, was The Worst of Goat Simulator. So music from Goat Simulator OST. Then we have the OST version. Then we have songs from Sanctum, Sanctum 2, Songs of Conquest, and Deep Rock Galactic. And then there's the Michael and UL Syntome and Happy Fix Day. The in-game cassettes. You can always turn them off and instead then listen to, you know, eventually you'll get environmental music. So the game has, which is also fun, especially when you go exploring. There are actual tracks for the different biomes that do give them a certain feel. Like the desert, what the biome does have a sort of, well, more like, you know, classic desert sounding music. And this is the sort of like coral coastline. This area is more of the rocky sort of dead coral stuff. The more living one is over there. Yeah, then we have the rocky desert bits, and then the proper sandy desert that way, and then a sort of arid shrubland desert on the left west here. Let's go one back. So I like this one. I think this is the one they used in a lot of the promo materials. Music addict, yeah. Music is one of the great art forms. I kind of want to see, like, could I have gone... That's a bit too close, though. So that won't work. So that's the right call here, but then... How do I bring a belt over in a way that makes any sort of structural sense? I'm an avid pioneer myself. Some streamers have background music. I was curious. Yeah! That is true. Yeah, some of them have... But I'm not the best at finding good background music, and when the game has a lovely soundtrack like this one, I'll happily use this. Now I'm just thinking I either use this one. Let's have a look, see how that will look, and I think it might clip. Oh, it doesn't clip through. Wonderful. So I'm thinking, yeah, the belt comes in, the belt goes this way. Yeah, there's actually, let's use the medium frame pillars for this one.
Frogwell.
Hey there, Buffalopagus. Definitely vibing with it. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes if you notice me wiggling, I might be just shaking my booty. I do sometimes lose myself a little in the dance. Okay, that concrete pillar might be changed then into a something else. We'll see. But I'm liking the idea that I'm sort of envisioning here of using these, then carry the belts on the inside, because when they have a sort of hollow straight through them. To make sure we can do it properly, I think I might have to do this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put one there, because technically I think these are solid on the inside, so we can't really build in there. So we'll have to be sneaky about it by building on something below them and then deleting it so that we have it looking like it's on the inside. And then, yeah, this one will then be probably changed out as well. Right, yeah. See, because this one should be able to fit here. Now we lift it up so it matches here. Then I can get rid of this one. Yeah. Because these would be lovely to be also then have these like diagonal shapes, similar to those, but in like half foundation ones. Because most of the time, you know, the half foundations and other shapes, we can do some really cool stuff. And especially at Master PV, so if you you enjoy the building and you want some more architectural pieces, I don't know if you've seen it, but I did, you know, a few days ago make a sort of, I made a sort of a hand out of concrete beams. So I don't know if you've seen it. If you haven't, let me know. That is, if you want to see it. I made a sort of claw to hold up the alien power machine. The power converter? No. What's it called now? Augmenter. Close, but no. I had to rip a kilometer of road because it was 1/8 foundation off. Oh no! Yeah, that could happen. That's why I very quickly came to the conclusion that I'm using two separate grids. One is road grid and then world grid. This one, because we're building on water, and because road grid also determines my sort of train grid, then it's just easier to continue from there to build a station, and then everything following from the station. So this is all built with, you know, road grid, whereas that's building, and I think everything. I think at some point we switched over from road grid to world grid here, but I'm not entirely certain. But yeah, but you're building on water, it doesn't really matter which grid you use. But much of my other like facilities over here would then all be in world grid. I just had to accept it because first my very first bits of road were following world grid. I really need to redesign this because I was a moron for having the exit be here. The entrance should be here. Exit should be there. But it kind of works. But I didn't hear here or no, so we're gonna. But yeah, because this is the one, the corner that broke my grid. See, a 45-degree one. You know, it doesn't really work with the the grid math. So I think this road here should be following world grid. Oh, you see, because that happens. Ah. If I don't press E in time when I come here, which is very annoying. So here we have Manufacturing North with the train stations and the, like one singular like proper building built underneath, and then the more open world. Yeah, see this one? Yeah, we're using the, because someone was earlier asking about the drones. I'm importing modular engines via drone, and the same drone is then exporting in the thermal propulsion units to take them to the facility that makes the modular engines that is like right next to the space elevator. So that way you can have a drone that does exports and imports at the same time. And yeah, here we have turning coal into diamonds, diamonds into dark matter crystal, power shards, time crystals, quantum oscillators that are being fed into here to make the superposition oscillators, and then the shards to power the alien power augmenter, which is of course, you know, them being held up by the giant power, you know, the hand of God itself, the power claw. I'm really happy with this one, how it came out. There are a few things I'd like to do differently if I have the time and energy for it. Adding the sort of nails was a sort of silly touch. But I'm really happy with how the wrists worked out and how the sort of like the knuckles and tendons worked out here when looking from beneath. Got nails, yeah. And why are you not fed? This makes no sense. Because you're consuming 5 per minute. You got 2 of these who should be running full stop. The output isn't being sucked out fast. Right, okay. Right, because I never did fix the thing. Because the diamond... Okay, because I got nowhere where I'm dumping an excess of dark matter crystals. Isn't that... That's the thing, yeah. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's easy enough to fix. We shall. Now, this is where I sort of temporarily put in all my... Because I first had these two making a whole bunch of the power shards. Because I was thinking I could sink some of them. Turns out you can't sink a power shard. So now they're being consumed by those machines. So now we just need to... I guess we could start by just doing full flush the entire pipe network. And actually get these buggers to slowly start working again. There we go. And then we look at... We need a sink here. That's a little bit of an awkward spot for it, but I can make it work. I can make that work. Especially if I first do this. There we go. And isn't under logistics? There it is. Overflow to the left. Now, of course, we'll have to then redesign those, but that's okay. It ain't perfect, but it'll kind of work. There we go. Working towards our 1,000 coupons for that golden nut. Now this will allow for these to keep on working at all times and consuming as much of the dark matter as possible. Which should... There you go. Bug is running again. Do number 6. Yeah, there's a lot of these power networks here that do need fixing. But I can't lose myself there. Not yet. Because I will, if I try to fix it now. But if we do this that way... And I do another one... there... There we go. So this one is exporting the dark matter crystals to the nuclear area. Now with these, I'm really happy with having the idea of putting the transformers to make the photon stuff on the roof, because it feels sort of logical to me, you know, them being black and all, in the sense they feel like, okay, so they're like, I don't know, solar powered, and they're using the sunlight to make the excited photonic matter. Plus, they kind of look like many large buildings have, you know, infrastructure stuff on the roof, like usually water tanks and so on, because that way you can have gravity pumping it through the building itself. And I think that's kind of neat. There we go. Now it's a proper alien magic art. Of course, we have all these like floodlights not illuminating our piece of art, but this rock here, because it's a very nice rock. Fancy rock. And this is my sort of like beam experimentation with angles, which still has a bunch of these power lines up here just to enable the hovering. Beat slaps hard. It does, doesn't it? And now we shall travel through the dimension of 80 synthwave, new retro, into the magical land of nuclear power. There we go. Thank you for the posture check. So the plutonium is... Everything's working perfectly, and they're all working perfectly. You're working perfectly. Oh, what? What? That shouldn't be possible. You're producing 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes. You're consuming 2.5 minutes. How on earth have you been able to overproduce that much? I'll seal them all. There. So now we'll see if that one belt should stay there, not for... I mean, I guess that was at one point where I was trying to like burn through all this Vixonium, which you are also somehow overproducing. You do 10 per minute. You're supposed to be consuming 10 per minute. I don't... The math ain't mathin', okay? Math ain't mathin'. I don't like this. Now we need to make a proper dedicated nuclear pasta facility. Right now we use this one machine making singularity cells at 20 minutes, which is more than enough to keep this thing running for just ages. But I also have a couple of these portals which do kind of waste singularity cells, just, you know, for the sake of it. More sinks, 100%. If nothing else, you are that high up, so we could do that. Just as a sort of temporary solution, if nothing else. Then I move you so you're sort of in line with the pillar there. One more to the left. Yeah, that's good. There. Then we can store our IKEA lamps in here. That's 100% an IKEA lamp. I always wanted one. I was jealous of people who had one, but then I just never got around to buying one, and now it's on the wrong side of kitsch. It's not kitsch enough to be cool. It's just a bit like yeah. You want a good stretch? Okay, let's go somewhere there. It's slightly less loud. There we go. Let's see here again. You want a good stretch. Grab your shoulders with thumbs pointing down. Interlock your fingers. And fold backwards. Loosen the top of the spine. They look like my IKEA lamp. Yeah, it's the one. Let's do a... Wait, I just saw the... Yeah, should probably fix that. I think there's a sink I can make use of over here. Yeah, this one. Wait, what? I can't sync these? I can sync the uranium power cells. Pretty sure I can sync the plutonium power cells, but not the fixonium power cells. The top of my back hurts from years of kitchen work. Ooh. Yeah, I imagine it would, yeah. Because you have your arms raised a lot, similar to like people who work on computers, but with more weight. Yeah, so that would be like your shoulders, neck, and that kind of stuff. Yeah, similar to people who work on like, well, craftsmen. Fine, we're gonna have to do a little bit of a silly here, I think. There you go. Okay, now I don't have anything in my inventory that is slowly but surely killing me anymore. Fix it won't waste. Very true, except when it does. But we don't talk about that. And did you use underage forced labor on your production facility? No. No. Sadly, I'm far too old for that. And then nuke pawn, and of course, and no, it was standing desk. Right? Yes, I do. See, I can do squats here. And the culinary arts is a trade. I traded food for money, like a reverse. That's very true. Let's see, I can change this one there. The squat redeem, no cooldown. No, I die. But yes, I have been actually meaning to put in a squat redeem. So I do realize that's one of those things I could put in here. But then you just murder me if I then it would all go bad. With a cooldown of like 5 minutes or something, and one singular squat. Just go like what? There we go again. Dogos are passed out. It's 4:30 a.m. Ooh, it's 11:28 a.m. here. These doggos and magic for two. And some money for food. Supply and demand. It's whole industry. It's very true, Starpick. Hanna, would you try that chiropractic stretch that had some woman orgasm on the spot? Curious. I don't understand how that would work, but I mean, I could try, I guess. You wouldn't die. You would have the legs of a Greek god. Eventually. It's quite ridiculous. Go. Let's see if I can... Okay, give me a quick sec. Go here. God damn you, like web browsers, they need all the RAM, and if they can't get all the RAM, then they just don't want to play nice. OBS seems to work and everything else seems to be working, but in order to use my Twitch dashboard, slowly things are kind of maybe happening. On the OBS side though, everything looks to be uploading just fine, so that's good. The only thing that takes more RAM than my web browser seems to be running a local AI model. I know, right? It's just insane. I'm old enough to remember, you know, the browser wars. There used to be like good browsers. They did all the things, and Google was just, you know, Chromium pretty much bought everyone out. And I mean, that's a wonderful thing. You know, people are accusing some companies of having a monopoly when they don't. Whereas Google is like, well, we have to maintain a competitor, so they own the competitor, keep them financed to make sure they have a competitor, so they technically don't have the monopoly what they absolutely do have. Any real competitors and immediately put down, if not by, you know, financial violence, then legal violence. Let's see, come on. Oh, had caps on. Alright. And Hun, what's your facility all about? What's it produce? Bootleg Nikes? Well, this one is making, this facility is for producing, Fruit TM, computers. The train is called, not that one, but it's called Avocado. Fruit Computers. The import station. RAM sticks. That's pretty much what this here tower does, yeah. It's not really finished, but we're getting there. As you can see, this will make circuit boards, so we can might as well call them RAM sticks. Then the next one will be producing high-speed connectors, which takes the silica quick wire and the circuit boards from there. See, I like the song, but it has this problem of it gets crazy loud near the end, the latter half. You know, I don't. I get it's a thing, I guess, but I don't like it when mixers like mix for just loudness. I'm like, I'd rather not. Just make it sound good, yo. Don't hurt me. The gravity-defying coffee, it defines not only gravity, but also other liquids, general direction. It sloshes about a little bit when I move. Now, seeing as the game has sort of emphasized that the game player's inventory is in fact a pocket dimension, and you start with that, and then later you find alien things to make an even more pocket dimensional dimension of the multi-dimensional depot for holding all kinds of stuff. I'm convinced that the coffee cup is in fact a portal device into a pocket dimension of just which maintains constantly steaming hot coffee and in an infinite amount. Other liquids, will defy them all. You fall into the ocean. See, coffee's fine. Have a quick little sippy. Ah, nice and tasty. Still steaming hot. I wish I had one of those. I'd love it. Remember Jeeves? Me too. I remember Alta Vista. That was the search engine of choice before Google. Just a bit salty, perhaps. And I stopped using Firefox because it had a nasty memory leak for years. Then I swapped back because Chrome was doing something dumb. Then I wanted to move to Montana and become a blacksmith. Yeah, blacksmithing is super fun. I studied it for years, wanted to become a blacksmith myself. But sadly, in my country, it's a rather dying trade. I ended up just working in construction doing... not even like proper blacks... like... okay, let's see. Ooh, oh yeah. Like mostly like I became effectively sort of the welder's assistant. Doing mostly like fire safety stuff. Tragic. Very tragic. Alright, so now this belt... this thing should be able to handle a belt. Generally a dying trade everywhere unless you make fancy knives. I mean, that's not entirely true. Because, like, in the UK, it's still thriving. I mean, of course, you know, it's a niche trade. But they have, for example, a lovely thing in the UK where you get a tax cut if your construction project contains art. And a hand-forged railing, for example, counts as an art piece. And of course, so does all the other art. And there we go. Let's see with that one. Of course you did. Let's see here. What? Yeah. So art pieces and so on, and it inspires then a lot of the larger construction to make sure that they have some form of art piece in their construction, because who doesn't like a good tax cut? And that means that there's always work for them. Plus, they have a lot of like older construction that needs restoration and so on. But it's also then like those building like logic and history. Like in the UK, they build a lot to this day using stone and steel. Where in Finland, it's concrete and wood. The building materials of choice in this country. I'll just put it there for now, so that it's facing the right way, and then the right should. There we go. too long around here. Realized that was a mistake. Yeah, that means the tax cuts for building also affect things like just building houses and homes and so on. So it's much more normal to see like an iron hand wrought railing. Knives are all the craze in the streets of London and Birmingham, anywhere in downtown UK. They keep the street swordsmanship alive. Yeah. But for that, I doubt they get artisanal knives. I think they just get whatever cheap stuff they can get from your local hardware store. Like adjusting on foil both too. Brought back proper dueling and swordsmanship. I mean, those, yeah, they 100% still exist. It's a sport. It's a very cool sport. Nice and straight line. There we go. There's for at least in Finland we have there's the, for example, just jousting as well being done as a sport. That's also in New Zealand, as far as I know, and many other places. Competitive jousting is still being done. Or has been, I guess, in a way, sort of revived, if you will. Why don't you pull that off? Do you intersect the belt too much? A little. Maybe it's better if we just put it like that. And then there's, of course, I think it was from somewhere more in the east, like Poland and that kind of area, where they started the medieval combat leagues where everyone wears like full plate armor. And that has spread at least to Finland as well. And then there's actual like swordsmanship with like actual swords, like the School of Medieval Swordsmanship and so on in Helsinki. And there's other ones who go based on like the medieval manuscript by Fiore and so on. That's being done. So at least I know the founder of the Helsinki School of Medieval Swordsmanship was one of the ones who was a sort of sword fighting choreographer slash choreography designer. I was at least part of the project where they for figuring out how does lightsaber fighting actually work. So to figure that one out, they had an expert in medieval swordsmanship and trying to come up with a sensible and cool looking fighting style that makes sense if you're using a sword that has no weight and so on, because an actual sword, there's some slashing, some chopping, it has that weight, where a lightsaber has nothing. Oh, and remember kids, take your meds. And most artisanal knives annoy me because they keep making Damascus edges. Yeah, the Damascus edge is a silly thing. It only works if both materials are all hard, like good high carbon steel. Otherwise, you end up with the artisanal, like Damascus. Then you have an uneven like hardness on the edge, which means it's gonna wear down unevenly. Like my set of kitchen knives that I made, I just used the sort of Sunmai technique where I have a high carbon core. And then the sides are made of stainless steel, so that way you get the sort of like stainless stays nice and clean. The high carbon one has oxidated nicely. It has that really dark patina on it, and that way you could then do through the tempering. I let it stay much harder than I normally would for a kitchen knife, because the kitchen knife needs to be able to flex a bit. But with it being the sort of Sunmai, the softer metal on the side, allow it to flex a bit and take a bit more, what's the word? Just kinetic energy. So it'll bend a little better without breaking, rather than if it was all made of like just harder tool steel. Jousting on motorcycles is downtown London. I'm into it. That sounds pretty wild. Appreciate a good stainless steel knife. Yeah, they're nice because they're nice to keep clean. And you can speed limits on London streets. It will work. Yeah, 20 is plenty. Was the old movement. 340 potato salad. Nice. Well done, Master PV. I see a London cop try to break up a Mad Max-esque motor jousting tournament. Well, that would depend on the participants, now wouldn't it? And Hema is popular in the US. Yeah, Hema, I think, is one, what they call it, historical actors and martial arts. I think the shortening out. Here's what the movement is in the US. Sadly, not something that street criminals do, though. Yeah, maybe it's better that way. Just saying. They're dangerous enough as it is. Imagine if they were actually properly trained. Bare knuckle boxing? I mean, isn't that just Thai boxing? And where's the cafe canteen or pantry for your employee in your facility? They can't be DoorDash every day. It's uneconomical. That's very true. It's at the center, the hub. You want to see it? You can always come back here. We'll take the hypertube. We'll be listening to this one on repeat. It's a good one, but let's switch over to me and my golf cart for a little while. There we go. And yeah, my road design is so that it's hollow on the inside, so I can hide a lot of like... Sometimes you'd end up with some like spaghetti belts anyway, no matter how much you try to avoid them. So if you make the road hollow, you can hide them on the inside. It's not quite as obvious. And I was considering having the hypertubes on the inside, but then I realized, well, then the camera would be sort of stuck there with you, and you can't really see anything. And that's one of the things I like about the hypertube is you get to enjoy your surroundings. Oh, here's my little slug carousel. See, they go up. And then they have a whee as they go down. Happy little slug carousel. And the break room is here. Which I, of course, painted golden as soon as I could. So we got a bed, we got like a little llama there. Mr. Meeseeks, who actually doesn't do anything to help, but they're just, we have a theoretical option. We have a coffee machine we can interact with. And you just spill the coffee because I can't actually put the coffee cup there. Very tragic. I can just turn it on. This is why I assume that the coffee machine is in fact. There's a microwave, you got a blender, some trays. It smells like my earth. Pile of dirt. Fix it mycelia. In the wild and on the table. New edition. The Doggo National... The Doggo Farm? Xenology and protein extraction. The overtime machine. Couple of socks. That looks like snooze. Portion, yeah. Yeah. So, like the snooze, the kind of like cigarette, like tobacco stuff you put under your lip, called portion even, so it's like, in a pre-bagged. Hazmat suit. Character customization. I'm of course wearing the helmet with the strap-on coffee cups. We could of course change the helmets. Be super speedy. Have a huge head. We have a toilet. We can put things in the toilet like this. 1 piece of sulfur. And we can flush.
I advise against drinking the water for a while.
Also a thing, but didn't get mainstream coverage due to the gory nature, bleeding, and open cuts are normal. Yeah, I mean, I think, and also the bare knuckle boxing is kind of safer than with extra padded gloves. Because extra padded gloves allow you to punch way harder. With bare knuckle boxing, you're more careful because you're also gonna hurt yourself. So you end up having less like extreme violence into the head. Similarly to how rugby and American football, where it's technically kind of the same sport, but one of them has heavy armor padding, which means it actually leads to a lot more injuries. Like, yeah, sure, you get more like surface cuts and bleeding in rugby, but you get far less, massive brain trauma and randomly broken spines. That kind of shit. We're taking meds. Some of us have to. Be hilarious. But say all my knives stand by, nice. Assume they get lunch. Hey, Bob, hope you're doing well. Bold of me, yes. Still using the brand set I got in culinary school. Mercer makes nice kitchen knives, unlike the Genesis Light handles. Ooh. Santa Queen handle. Ooh, that sounds nice. Traveling those tubes, my lunch will scatter all over the tube length. Make one, I just have a square belt. For the slug carousel. And that was a proof of concept kind of thing. And there's like more storage and stuff that we can't really interact with. And of course, the Productive Packer Deluxe. Wait. Now it's play. Oh, let's catch up with chat first though. Where's Patrick? Haven't seen him at the work all day, and it's not like him to be late. Getting worried. Oh, yeah. Sorry, man. Pat took a piece of corn to the dome at the mock. Fuck it. Be coming back anymore. Yeah. That could happen. Yeah, Mr. Meeseeks, the cube there. Yeah, we did. We showed that one. I live next to a pineapple under the sea. Our timings are different than the lad ones. Strap on. Oh, it's a coffee cup. Yeah. Well, instead of your beer helmet, you have a coffee helmet. You gotta keep going. The beds are there, but you can't actually sleep. It's quite obvious that the Pioneer is in fact not extremely human. It's probably technically human enough for Ada to get through some legal loopholes, but very much a manufactured entity. The padded gloves led to more head injuries because of the padding. Exactly, Morgan. And yeah, and then back to yes. And then, hello for two, Bob. Hope you're doing well. Map. The game about mountain maps. Oh, right. Yeah. I wrote that one down, but I don't think I ever checked it out properly. So, the Productive Packer. You're one of the lucky Fix-It employees given the opportunity to work as one of our esteemed package-filling architects. Congratulations. As a package-filling architect, your assignment is to send as many well-packaged packages, and these packages as possible, during your allotted time. Place blocks on the board. Start filling the package. Each block you put in the package will add to your package points. The number in the bottom right corner of each block is the number of points that block gives. The fill bonus. The fuller your package is, the bigger your fill bonus grows. Your fill bonus will be applied as a multiplier on the package points when you send the package. Alright, back. Yeah, we'll do 2K level 1. So I just put the stuff in here. Oh no, wrong button. So this one's like worth like massive points, but it's a massive pain. Can I rotate these? No? Oh, too late. Then. Well, that was dumb of me. Well, that ain't gonna happen. I was wrong. Nice. Shit. Oh, that wouldn't. No, it wouldn't. Two stars. Good old spaghetti factory. Yeah, right now my very first concrete maker, still making concrete, but just feeding the sink. Do you have any animal remains on me? I don't think I do. But I could throw away these and those. There we go. I like the animation because with the boombox, even though I'm like hovering, we still have the walking animation with the boombox. I use my nuclear pasta machine. The radios and the fuse frames. See, this guy's slooped to making twice the output, but this one is not slooped because meh. And we're just making some. Yeah, so there is a break room. Random fun fish fact. When a group of 4 or more koi fish are threatened, koi A, koi B, and koi C will all flee while the decoy stays behind. Nice, I like that one. Alright, let's get back to the proper building, I guess. Let's see any sort of quick donators. But there we can see the old trucks are still trucking about. Yep. Swish. Last time I seen a streamer had a horrid cranial dent from you, the headset all day. I'm no longer using the headset such as yours. Stays and exposes behind. Yeah, I mean that would be one way to do it. Yeah, I mean the cranial dent. I mean, of course, I mean you get the same thing with your socks. If you wear socks all day, you'll notice that it leaves a little pressure mark. It's because your meat. The meat is soft. In case you hadn't noticed. I don't have quite enough flesh here on top to leave like a very visual dent. And life seemed to always overlook me where rugby is concerned. I always wanted to give it a go, but school didn't let me try it, and then a couple of opportunities since I've had to try it have fallen flat. Then I had a very real opportunity to play American football. Bit of a negative opinion about, but figured I'd give it a go. Really enjoyed it. Reckon I would have enjoyed rugby too. Yeah? It seems like a fun game. It's more like the safety thing. It's a good example of how safety equipment can make things more unsafe. I don't know, using socks develops cranial dents. I mean, depending on how you wear your socks, absolutely can. You know, if so the sock goes all the way up, so you have the edge goes here, all the way in there, you'll get one. No. Not getting cranial dent from socks? That sounds like a lack of imagination to me. Alright, so there's the wall hole, and to get these things into the wall hole, we'll have to do some shenanigans. Oh, a singular squat, it's true. There. One squat, done. I see some serious hits, even in amateur British leagues. Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, it's similar to like we were previously was mentioned, like bare knuckle boxing. Yeah, it's because there's more serious hits and more like obvious injuries. So it's not just a case of how things might be, but also like just your sort of animal human cells. Because you see someone else getting hurt, you get hurt, so you hold back a bit. You're like, I don't want to actually go and like just break a guy, because I'll break myself too. And so you end up being a bit more careful. So yes, there will be more gory accidents because people will bleed more, and so one thing will break. But there will be far less of the traumatic brain injury that you see in that you read about a lot in boxing with padded gloves, as well as American football. I mean, wearing your socks on your head, yeah. But it's more like I was actually referring more to the sort of like thigh dents, or like lower leg, I guess, ankle dents, depending on how tall your socks are. No, yeah, not thigh. Thighs above the knee. It would be, yeah, ankle, calf, that area. I'm thinking, like, if I put a smart splitter and a priority merger, then a smart splitter. I think that would be the way to go. Let's see here. We do under logistics, we find the smart splitter. One there. With your main any going to the right and overflow into the center. And there we go. And for now, God dang it. Again, right is any and center is overflow. The priority merger So prioritize your main inputs. And there. There we go. Anything to the NFL don't really subscribe to? Yeah. The head injuries that the people making the money don't like talking about. Pretty much, yeah. Good old classic. As well as the safety hazard here. Well, no, right. If you don't talk, as soon as you stop talking about the safety hazards, they're no longer a problem now, are they? Okay, you all are running. Good. Mystery cables are dealt with. All of these are working. And we have an export hole. One that is sort of... I think we should then have one here, right? Yeah. No, okay. I'm good with this. So now we have a way to get the quick wire over to this structure. The computer chips are, well, they're coming through here. 295, so around 300, which is what this structure should be producing. And we'll be needing a grand total of, I don't know, very small amount. 36. So I think we're okay with that one. Hey! Thank you, Treacle, for supporting everyone in their completely wholesome microscape addictions. And you all are unhappy because you're low on the dissolved silica. I'm assuming that's going to mean you guys are low on your quartz. Yep. So I'm wondering if I should add yet another... I mean, there's quartz train coming in here already. That's a block signal. Right. But turn this one into block signals, and then the train would still be trying to go all the way, but then stopping here, rather than all the way back there. Not that it affected things too much. But yeah, we need more transfer. More quartz trains. See if we can just slap one down. One of these, followed by 2 more of these, and then we might as well color you similarly. Jump in, give you a quick name. You are name you Crystal Quarry. And the timetable includes Quartz Pickup 1 and Fruit Computers Import. Save the changes, turn on the self-driving, off you go. Because the Quartz Pickup should be able to fill it up relatively aggressively. And this guy's bringing a few more already. Okay, but the entire train was emptied, yeah, and this incoming transfer rate is 1,623 a minute. From there, it's 2,400 a minute. You go into here. I think one train is like almost... I'll hope for the best. What was I working on? Alright, this thing. So we want some of this here silica. Which is being sent into here to be then sent into this place instead. So how should we figure that one out? So one idea would be to this one is pretty much something we should be able to get completely rid of. And I'd rather have a separate one of these somewhere else. Now these could then be going... Yeah, see? Whoop. Not like that. Now, if these were there to then go... along there... Or... So you can have it like, you know, go along here, be part of the catwalk structure. Then it goes here. And... let's see here. So if we look at the logistics and a mount, wall mount. Feeling that's otherwise good, but yeah, then the catwalk should in fact be one step further down. Well, frankly, no, because that's what that is, so it should be 2 steps further down. There we go. Gosh darn. Fix my steps. Okay, now we have sort of like structural narrative cohesion again between the two places and the resources themselves. We take out this one. And you connect like that. And we're okay with this. I could even have this one go slightly further up so it's a catwalk that goes over these, which now that I said it makes more sense to me. We can't have this one like going so. And have those there spread out like that. Now we have this sort of cohesion. Where will these catwalks lead? I don't know. We'll find out eventually. For now, though, that's all blocked up now, but we can fix it in post. Have a fix-it protein bar now with 10% more natural ingredients. Studio, we're either on to something or need it be. Oh yeah. The game has absolutely excellent writing, in my opinion. Freaking love it. There's a lot of insanely funny and ridiculously dumb shit. In the best of ways. Now this guy's gonna have to go. Which pretty much is put in there because, you know, it had to be somewhere. For now. It will have to have a more permanent spot, I guess. But the idea is to have this building here be part of the fruit computers wholeness. So this is, you know, like dark gray concrete where we make the raw materials themselves, and with fruit computers, well, nice and avocado colored. And yes, my machine is 10 years old. It's doing its best, but I'm building a lot of like stuff for the sake of coolness, so it keeps on getting these small bugs. I don't know what it's trying to warn me about here, but I can do that to hide it. Alright, so this should be the new train that only goes to fetch the crystal and nothing else. Nitrogen gas is actually doing okay. And now this thing had enough time to do that. Not even a full one. So they'll all fit in there. But most importantly, the machines will keep running. So that's excellent. Now we have the silica, or the quick wire, we have the chips. So I guess now we need to figure out how do we link all of these into the structure itself. And of course we can add the small metal pillars while we're at it. Do bump them. There we go. That's more like it. So that'll be a corner. We'll probably want to do similar catwalk connections. So this catwalk needs to connect to these, but that's an easy enough task. There. Now we have a corner and connection, and it is touching the support pillar, so it makes sort of structural sense to me. Then similarly, we'll have a connection from here to there, which might somehow connect to this one. We'll find out. So we zoop this over. Followed by some stairs. I might as well put in a side door there. Give that avocado finish. There you go. And there's some connection here. This one we'll have to have some shenanigans happening with the stairs themselves, and then the actual output from here needs to, you know, come there. We'll do a conveyor merger. We look at the smart splitter instead. Output is here. Nothing else. Let's just see if we can get it slightly less out of the way on the right side there. Can't stay there, but it'll do for now. Smart splitter. There you go. Overflow to the left. There you go, get powered. And under logistics, we should be able to find a good old conveyor throughput counter. Just so we can every now and then come have a look see to make sure this machine is working the way it should. So your normal output should be going there. We put this in the middle of this square, which is less than ideal, but that's something we'll have to live with now. That's okay. We'll do a big frame pillar, I think, and we zoop it across. That way, I think we can make I feel like we can make that work in a way that feels sort of narratively pleasing. And if we look at our door options, we have this thing called the gate hole wall. Oh, there you go. Gotta get that avocado color in there, otherwise they don't count. Either that or something similar to this one, but this one has the problem of being too wide and too tall, whereas we're putting it in a single belt across a funny little shape. So that'll be okay. But how do we then deliver all these things across the various floors? It's a bit of a silly idea, but let's see if we can make it work. Let's see if we put one of these, say, here. And like just... I feel like we could have 3 belts here going up right next to each other. Oh, close enough. Yes. You see, what if the stuff came in here with one in the middle? Let's see if we can do the same one we did with the gold. So one step out. You see, got this one, we can have these, and they're like clipping into the wall a bit. But the Mark 6s look pretty okay, actually. When they do this. Yeah. And most importantly, there we go. Put a splitter. Yes. So it would work. Now, of course, this means that we might want to move this from here to there. Well, thank you for the follow, appreciate it. Thank you for a lovely day. And hey, welcome in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hey there, Claiborne. How are the adventures of Catboard? Been lurking away, watching you play your sweet, wonderful music, and hopefully having a good time doing it. Welcome on in, Raiders. Let's celebrate your arrival with the worst of Goat Simulator. Songs for the ages. I can leave this in always open mode, so I guess that way it'll sort of match, because we're using them on the other side. Oi, oi. Lovely day today. Nothing horrific happened, and more of our priesthood moved into our Whiterun Manor / den. We even got to learn the healing spell, combat by ability. Way up. Hey, healing spell, combat by ability, way up. Yeah, I gotta say, it looks wild. Like, you know, I keep on watching y'all play that, and I'm thinking, man, that looks like a very, very cool and very different way to play Skyrim. And that wonderful. Let's see here. Hardcore RP stuff. Alright. Oh yeah, we're gonna make this work.
Hey there. Good morning, Dino Dance.
Hey there, Ball and Chain. Hope you're doing well. And Elder Scrolls is the only game I'm lost more hours to than Satisfactory. Ooh, nice. And then again, Elder Scrolls is another long series of games. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Sucked me in. Much like your factory game life did. Yeah, well, wonderful seeing it. Wonderful seeing you really like find yourself there and really like living the life of an actual bard, and then seeing you then like rise in the social ladder of the RP world and so on. And suddenly you're like a priest and you got a title and everything. I remember when you were just running around in bars and like playing funny songs. That's really neat. Also helped heal our Jarl's mind with an illusion magic with a badass. Yeah, see that kind of stuff. Freaking amazing. So it sounds super fun. Like, I absolutely get the charm, you know. I've been playing a whole bunch of, like, pen and paper RPGs in my time. It's been a while since the last campaign, but, you know, that's also because we have, like, so many, like, campaigns back-to-back for, like, years. And end up really needing a break from all that for a little while. Should get in contact with the D&D group and ask to get into the... When's the next game and how do I get in? Always a fun time. And of course, welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know who I am, hi. I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, Finnish variety streamer, amateur game developer at times, and yeah, lately just ridiculously addicted to Satisfactory, Factorio, all kind of cool factory and automation games. Having a heckin' blast with them. I'm gonna see and how we're gonna figure out the best way to make use of these. I think that looks... Yeah, the last one's also always weird, because somehow they don't want to... Wait. Can I cheat? So we did this in the, I think that factory and other places where we have them belts going up, and then we have these splitters along these splitters, then will sort of go wherever they're much more flexible in what height they need to be at. And then if I just remove these, I mean, you know, three-way splitter with only one output is essentially just a one-way belt now. Yeah, looks like it's working. Freaking amazing. Yeah, we're building our fruit computer setup. There's a golden factory of quickwire made from Caterium, which is the local gold analogy, and then we have our fruit computers. Here we make our circuit chips, our fast RAM sticks, GPUs, and then eventually actual computer boxes, and then eventually some supercomputers. Woke up at 4:30 a.m. Sleep schedule is being funky, but I'm doing well. Hope you're doing well. Hey, glad to hear it. Yeah, it's. I think it's better to like wake up too early than too late, because it's a little annoying at times. But then hey, you might have some extra hours in the day, and then you just try to go to bed earlier. Doesn't always work out, but you can try. It's better in theory, at least. Let's put it that way. Both loads of fun. Yeah. I mean, individually, I have 200 plus hours in Skyrim, Oblivion, and Morrowind, with at least one of those hitting 800. Satisfactory only has 180 at this point. Yeah, I mean, this save alone is over... Let's find out. 250 hours already, I think. Yeah. Over 250 hours on this run alone. I think in total we have... with the other previous runs... It says 567 hours, yeah. Hey, first time viewer, first playthrough, and if not first in the goals for this run. Hey there, Gearsy, it's technically my third run. My first ever run was back when it was in early access. Then the second proper run was when 1.0 came out, and now with 1.2, I wanted to experiment with the new stuff they've added since 1.0 came out, and especially they mentioned the trucks. So one of the main goals was make use of actual trucks, because now that they actually work, do they actually work? And I came to the conclusion that yes. And then another heavy inspiration of when I launched the game and the main menu, instead of being the jungle view it's been for forever, was now a sort of rain-drenched cyberpunk cityscape, and I took that as a heavy inspiration, which you might notice the roads are heavily inspired by the main menu. So we got these universal vehicle paths. So it's mostly been... okay, well, one goal is getting the golden nut, because that's the last achievement I don't actually have. That requires 1,000 company store coupons. We have about 400 or so in the bank. And other than that, just have fun with architecture mostly. Just keep on building stuff, trying to figure out how to make these cool. The hypertubes are a little messy, but I'm having some ideas of how to improve on those. I'm very happy with my roads and the blueprints that we got them to work with. As well as the the train systems. It's more about, just have fun, architecture, chat around, figuring out what can we do with beams and getting beams to face in different directions. And I never really used the frame foundations before, so they have been a sort of fun thing to get acquainted with during this run. Son of Super Hondo Computers. Oh, yeah, we're working towards it. Hey there, Asikoisa. Hope you're doing well. Been lurking in any bird streams. Your architecture has inspired me to play through this again. Why, thank you, Ball and Chain. I'm glad to be, that's a wonderful thing to inspire in people. Oh yeah, and of course, as you can see, elevators, which I completely kept on forgetting that I had access to. And I kept on trying to figure out ways how to pull energy from the power between the different, the floors. Because then similarly, how I'm using the train stations as sort of power delivery systems. Now, of course, yeah, the roads function that way as well, which is what they were in the beginning, and then, yeah, the elevators can carry power, which is freaking fantastic. So I'd say, yeah, those would be the sort of main goals, is, win the run, get the golden nuts, and then just explore what all can we do with the architecture. I've been thinking about maybe actually, because in the beginning, for the longest time, I was thinking I love the building, I love flying around, and that's why I'm not that keen on the idea of doing those 100x project part runs, because then it just takes me longer to get to the point where I want to be, where I can fly around and build stuff. I don't want to do full creative mode because I like having restrictions from the game, because I'm the type that if I'm given a complete freedom to do anything and everything, I do nothing. Just paralysis of choice kind of thing. I need a frame within which to work to be able to more properly express myself. And yeah, when building these, which we're looking at here, I first sort of realized that, wait a minute, I can fit these in a blueprint machine, can I? And that's how that side then got done. These are much denser than these, but using the same similar concept here. I would like to figure out a way to have an actual building around the refinery, but then again, the refinery is by itself very external, has a lot of gas, steam coming out, so having these be outside, and outside dogs, these are your outside factories, I'm very okay with this. And then building an actual building around the more, factory, the manufacturing machines. Yeah. Now we're gonna have to then do a rubber and plastic factory to feed this machine as well. For those, I'm already having some ideas of, we're gonna do these, because these I just wanted a sort of quick, because we needed more Caterium, right? And we got a sort of free pure sulfur node nearby, so these should just make sulfuric acid to feed into the leached Caterium ingots. And these became sort of a very sort of tight, dense structure. Looking at those, because I really like playing around with catwalks. So I'm thinking about making a new refinery blueprint, where we see, can we connect the different the refineries to each other properly via catwalks? Because I think that could be fun. So we make it a more spacious and even larger structure, but that will be then for the oil processing that we'll have to make there. I mean, that's already where we have a bunch of oil processing, but when we're gonna have even more. Ever played Dyson Sphere program? Yes. Actually, that was what I played before this one, I think. Yeah, because I've been neglecting my sort of long-term game project now for the half a year or so, I guess. Okay, so I guess that's a good cue for, maybe that's enough goat music for just a little bit. Go back to the absolute of the fix-it. And take down the volume. Yeah, because I played through Factorio, the space age, because that was actually, funny enough, that was the very first game I ever streamed was Factorio Space Age, because I haven't finished my Space Age run. Then I decided that, I'm going to start streaming. And then I streamed that for a few streams. I had Had a grand total of usually 2 viewers most of the time. One being myself and the other the missus. But then, that's where it grew from. And then eventually, then half a year ago, the chat was like, hey, yo, you should try Factorio again. And I was just instantly hooked. That game just pulls me in. And we finished that run, though I should return to it to see for some more achievement hunting, and especially now that 2.1 was launched. After that, we played through Dyson Sphere program. We didn't technically finish that run because we never built an actual Dyson Sphere, so that's something we could return to as well. And then I played other things, and then I got back. Then I was I wanted to have a look at Satisfactory again with the update with 1.2 with the trucks and everything, and I've been having a blast because this one allows me to like just do artistic creativity. Like I love Vintage Story, for example, for the creativity that a block game gives you, especially with the chiseling and everything. Love that game to bits, and this pretty much feeds that same drive for me personally in giving me free hands to do all kinds of stuff. Nothing too limited, but still gives me a limiting frame within which I have to work. Another game I really love for the building though is Valheim, which is then I guess for me was the game that then I guess got me noticed as a streamer. Nothing too crazy, but got away from those single-digit viewers. Now, for Valheim, I love the fact that we have to worry about structural integrity. See, that's one of those things that I would love to see. A play mode for this game is because I enjoy building like this when we can have levitating pieces. It's fine, but it would be a really fun challenge to have to do all of this where things might fall down and crash, and you have to think about, well, how do I support my structure? And then actually all these beams, metal beams would be more powerful than concrete beams and so on, and frames are good for like carrying weight, but then themselves don't weigh as much, and that kind of stuff. That would be a lovely play mode to have as an option when you do your like world settings when you create your game. I don't think that can be done with how the engine works, because there is no gravity, but there's no weight. It would add a lot more to the simulation to do all of that, but it would be hecking cool now, wouldn't it? At least I think so. Valheim is great. Valheim is wonderful. I'm excited about September, and I'm gonna lose myself. And I really hope that the ever wonderful and delightful Casual Elephant gets a really fun sort of multiplayer Casheim server running. In case y'all don't know, y'all should go check him out. He does a lot of like really good chat interaction, and was one of the main inspirations for me to then finally take the leap and start streaming. Let's see here. Man, I need to upgrade my machine. If only I had the money. Yeah, 10-year-old rig running the 1080, the GTX 1080 Ti graphics card. It is an old machine, but God, I'm an old car, but goddamn, does she deliver? Satisfactory 2 adds gravity and structural considerations. And number 3, literally just a one-way ticket to Mars. I mean, no, what you're describing as Satisfactory 3 would be, I guess, Stationeers. But Stationeers doesn't have gravity either. It has a lot of other simulations, but it doesn't have structural integrity. But you have pressure and explosions, but you don't really have weight. It makes sense, because I guess there's already so much being simulated. But it would be a fun of like, hey, yo, let's make this really difficult simulator just even more difficult. And Astroneer. I never actually played Astroneer, no. Oh. Also inspired me to try Oxygen Not Included. You play all the best things. Well, thank you, Ball and Chain. And I would like to thank everyone in chat. Fellow streamers and viewers alike. I get wonderful recommendations from chat. In games I didn't know did exist. Games I knew existed, but I didn't know I would enjoy quite that much. So I've got an excellent help from all of you. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. There you go, casual elephant. Wonderful, got it to work out. Yeah, so he does the multiplayer like Project Zomboid stuff. He does a lot of multiplayer servers, which are then also open to the public, and with usually the one golden rule of just don't be an ass, and if everyone's gonna have a good time. If you're an ass, you'll be removed. And also usually especially with the Kaz Heims, there was just massively ramped up difficulty. I love it. And like Valheim just doesn't feel the same to me anymore unless I have to worry about a neck one-shotting me, you know? The very first freaking lizard will go like, insta-dead. Man, Gasheim. Like, you gotta love it. And a very good like curator of mods where there's quality of life, things that give more to the game but doesn't take away anything, because he likes the ramped up difficulty. Because I'm very bad with mods and games, like just, I don't know, lack of imagination or something on my part, could be. But some mods, because they feel like they're super neat, but then they kind of like take a little bit away from the game. Because he ends up making stuff, you know, easier and stuff. Which is absolutely fine. It's just, like I said, that is just how I like the games. Because I like to... I guess one of the things is, like, I usually want to try to experience a game the way the sort of designers, you know, as intended by the designers themselves. If that makes any sense. And some mods change that very much, which can be super fun, especially if it's because some people, a lot of y'all, play games like, this is my game, I did my one game, I only play this. Looking at you, Perk, and Vintage Story. I love the game, but I could not be playing it as much as he does. But he obviously loves the game and has a most delightful and fantastic community. If you all enjoy Vintage Story and those games similar to it, I do recommend checking out Perkus and his wonderful, wonderful community of the Crow's Nest. I've partaken in a couple of his multiplayer servers as well. Let's see if we can get that one to work as well. Shout out. There we go. So, shout out to Perk. In case y'all, you know, enjoy some nice high quality Vintage Story content. Ah, dang it, that was not supposed to. There we go. So I felt like we needed a door there with the elevator. This elevator is at the ground floor. It goes up to the actual... See, because here I have the elevators coming to the catwalk level, not the actual like floor level. Which means, yeah, we need to add stairs to go down to the actual floor level. But seeing as this one is here at the floor level, there should be an access to here as well. And this is why I get nothing done, because I get carried away with catwalks. They don't have to be perfect, but they just need to, they just need to make just enough sense. Well, Astroneer is pretty fun. Yeah, it seems pretty fun, Astroneer. The little I've seen of it, I'm thinking like, that might be very much my kind of game. Because I'm okay with, like I said, with... Right, we're doing this with big pillars or small pillars. This one actually is using small pillars, but we could, in the name of the trunk, use big pillars. How about a big metal pillar? So first we get it in the corner there, and then we do one small steps like that. So it takes more of the inside, that's fine, but then you have a sort of like wider cover on the outside. And you shouldn't bite into that. Yeah, because this building doesn't have anything in the corners, so we can sacrifice some inner corner for the big pillar in order to have the Yeah. That looks great. So it's kind of thinking like having these corners made of these looked a little less than perfect, but by having like half of that covered by the big beam, yeah, that's a winner. This one has the slimmer beams because they matches with the windows patterning. There we go. And I am very open to taking gaming suggestions. The next big sort of game like this we're going to be playing will be Captains of Industry. First one I saw playing that one was Neon End, who plays a lot of similar games. Really cool games. And also games like Tarkov. But of course, is it actually is a very cool game, just not my kind of game. Let's put it this way. Tarkov looks like a conceptually super cool game, but I don't know if I'd want to play its actual current iteration. It's more, I think it's the multiplayer nature of it really that pulls me away. More than anything being wrong with the actual game itself. Hey there, Twerk. Need to make that Ocean City. Hey, working towards it. The fruit computer, fruit computers needs to happen. See, here we make the circuit boards. Here we'll be making the high-speed connectors. So I guess it'll be RAM sticks and GPUs. Here is sulfuric acid feeding into leached deuterium ingots, feeding into quick wire. The golden building with a golden wire. Making good use of our elevators, because I sort of realized, surprisingly late, that elevators have a fantastic feature in that they can carry electricity between the floors, so you don't have to worry about, do I pull a power cable like through a stairwell or outside the building? No, I can just, use my elevators. So deuterium ingots go out, quick wire can go in, deuterium comes out. Now that side is still just mainly open, because we're making more deuterium than a Mark 6 can handle. So we're feeding them all into 2 of those currently. And speaking of cool and fantastic streamers, the Twitching, the Twerk here is another one you all should go check out if you already haven't. An excellent variety streamer, player of cool things, and also playing lately quite a lot of a new fantastic game, which it took me a while to realize that there's something weird about this game, and then I realized wait a minute, this is one of my dream games. As in, game dev wise, usually, you end up having this one dream game, and one thing you really want to make, and I've been sort of like holding back on this idea, because, I was thinking like, if I do this, I want to make it just right. There we go. And it was effectively extremely similar to Quasimorph. And I'm just so happy now that, oh man, the game exists. Someone else made it. And they did it much better than most likely I ever could. Oh, and if you're building, well, in case someone didn't know, I learned this a few weeks back by accident. Once you're zooping these things, you can press H one more time, and it's back to nudge space. You can like return to nudging after you're done nudging. So you can nudge so you can nudge while you nudge. Wait, did I? And a half step up. And go. Heckin' love it. Zoop. And you can increase the price of all property. That's all, it's a beach property. That's very true. Beautiful ocean views. Radiant fields on the horizon. Drones overhead. Excellent commuting connections. There's trains, there's roads for the trucks, there's hyperloops, there's drones, there's all kind of things. And if you visit the radiant fields, the fields of the future, there's even a portal network that will take you where you need to go, through the magical land of 80s synthwave. the realm of the new retro. No game can match the satisfaction of the Satisfactory Zoop. That's very true. I love that Zoopin. And I had a Polk UJ99. And don't those frames poke out the ceiling of the floor below? They would, but the floor below is a 4-meter slab, and beneath that is ocean. So, yeah. That's why I like having my bottom floors always be the 4-meter thick ones. So I can clip things into those in a way that won't matter too much. You see here. And I put the frames there because, you know, it just so it looks like these are more sort of heavily, steadily supported, like bolted into the floor, all nice and proper, rather than levitating too much. This is a technique I use a lot, especially the earlier belts. But with the Mark 6s, I'm much more okay with having sort of levitating belts and so on. Simply because, you know, they're force-filled. It looks like sci-fi magic. They can levitate. It's okay. And another thing I noticed by accident was how neat this thing looks when it clips into a wall. Because the Mark 6 is a sort of solid block with, you know, lights going across it. You know, everything is golden because we're doing Caterium stuff out of Caterium. So of course you have to have your Caterium walls, eh? And it just looks neat. Which what we're gonna do, we're doing it. Ow! I jumped into the wall poorly. And we can see that here. So it goes along here, and it's actually a pretty nice little feature. We've also added painted beams that go across here for some more extra 3-dimensionality, and metal beams along the corners. We're doing the same at the top here, just to sort of get it all to look slightly less like a smooth box. Now that one looks like a tall, smooth box, but that is intentional. We're going for that Silicon Valley look. And this one will be having slightly, you know, it has thicker beams. So we have the color similarity, maybe something similar. We're probably going to use the same windows, so they're obviously sort of linked, but slightly different shapes. Now to move somewhere that has a hyper cannon. Ooh. Yeah. Those are also, yeah, thanks to the magical blueprints, it's easy to put one down, isn't it? And yeah, Twitching me playing Quasimorph. I think I was mentioning how Quasimorph is one of my dream games, and I'm really excited and looking forward to playing it. My idea was more fancy, like hard fantasy sci-fi, because I have this concept of this narrative world where we have a hard sci-fi meets hard fantasy sort of the thinking, because if you could magically make heat happen in places, that's a lot of like just modern tech would just make use of that. So if you all enjoy some really kick-ass gameplay and excellent narration, go check out the Twitching right here on Twitch. I believe you'll also find him on YouTube. We're all on the YouTube side. The Twitching. We do the golden toilets at this facility. I mean, I have one. But I guess we could build another. Where's a good spot for a golden toilet? Also. It's a good soundtrack for a golden toilet. I don't have a good sort of perfect... Okay, there it is maybe. I think it's under special. We do spawn. And I'm assuming we can paint these. Okay, we're gonna need under architecture, we must find the glass frame foundation. Followed by the inverted frame ramp. So it looks, you know, properly supported. Well, it can be painted, so I'm assuming. There you go. Golden Your beautiful golden porta potty. You can even wash your hands. You can flush the toilet.
Yes, the toilet works.
And then, of course, we flush the toilet so we wash the hands. Hey there, MX. Oh, yeah. You're the one who mentioned that one. Sorry. And, of course, we need some safety railings. There you go. So now you have a nice little... Not stressful at all, glass flooring. And a golden heart. Golden porta potty. Explosion risk biohazard. Makes sense. Although all that biogas might make it burst. Yeah, heating, because this is probably the water heater then in there for the for your cleaning of your hands. Excellent. The executive toilet at the top. Oh, let's get these buggers to work. So the deuterium here could go... If you go in the... sorry, if you go in the middle here... The deuterium could go then to the side here. Okay then. So I think the deuterium has come in here. Thank you for the follow, I appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. So then if we look under our logistics, we'll find the wall hole, so we can do the wall hole here. We of course have to have the dandiest of the dandy wall holes. There. So then we have the quick wire coming in. Oh, there we go. And right. I think one more. Yeah. So now it looks slightly better, you know, supported than just being just like barely touching the corner. It looks a little better. We have them all coming in through here. Oh yeah, then the question, how do we get them there in a cohesive... Wait a minute. Either a large or we could do a small floor frame pillar here, yes? Yes, we do one step down and one step... There we go. And that would be one option. Then we get this space to be sort of mildly busy, but not too busy, hopefully. And this really only needs to be a thing here on the lowest levels. Thank you for the lurk there, my Forrester, and I hope you enjoy your escaping. Okay. Right. What if these all turned around? They all came out from the outside here, right? And we'd have a second Thinking like you would be essentially from here, I think. Nah, I think I'd rather keep this looking like this. Alright. So then that would flow inside here very well. The turn happens in a less than ideal way. Let's see. So what if we look under architecture and we look at the, not you, the inverted frame ramp? And we had one here. So that way we can get it to be thereabouts. We did number 5. Doesn't like it that that guy's there, so we have to take him out first. Ah, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was one of those issues. Let's see here. You would need to be a little bit further down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So half step up would be the correct answer. Let's try 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Half step up. There we go. Fine, that guy was apparently too much in the way. There we go. Okay. Quick quest coming in. Silica is not yet. Now, with the manifold structure, of course, I guess if we wanted these to be more even, because I think we have 3 floors, right? We should be bringing in our import in the middle, then sending from there with a splitter. No, 1 in, 1 up, 1 down. Well, we did it this way now, and it'll be fine. We're making insane amount of the stuff anyway. All we need to, and one of these consumes what? 90 plus 90 with 180, so it'll be 270 per minute, and we're shoving in 1,200. So the lower levels will be oversaturated very quickly, and will not be causing any trouble. They better not. Section the walls, incidentally. Well, thank you, Poggy. Yeah, the walls actually, yeah, they do have really cool textures. That's why I like the paint, both the matte painted and the metallic versions. They look really neat. And that, yeah, but the problem is, as you can see here, sometimes, yeah, the shiny, like I keep on like not getting my all the graphical assets loaded in properly because of the, you know, medium settings and old rig of a machine. She's doing her best though. You can always preload the machine so the manifold populates as fast as possible. That's sort of what we're doing here now, yeah. I'm letting all that happen while I figured it all out. And eventually, we don't have proper outlets, so they'll fill these up and then fill themselves up, and then these will fill up. That's why I'm building these. I'm trying to get everything like fed and sort of running as soon as possible without really worrying about where the output goes just yet, because every sort of you see, because any excess goes into the sinks over there. Same with these, and will be the same with the silica as well. And it's first when we start getting, well, these are then fully saturated, and we start building the next phase. Then we'll combine the outputs of these and also give them a sink to be thrown into. I missed that one. If you can break the laws of thermodynamics with magic, there's nothing you can't do by scientifically exploiting that exception. That's very true. And you don't even have to break the laws of thermodynamics, you just have to, you know, skip a few steps. You don't have to even have to break them. You know, it's like, okay, you can't... You can say, like, okay, you can't make, you know, power out of nothing. Energy only changes shape, right? And you just say, well, how do we get it? Well, there's magic. You put in the magic in the magical circle and heat comes out. Well, then you need an equal amount of fuel for the magic circle. So it's not just like magic is free energy. It's just a different kind of energy from that we have right now. You know, instead of being like friction, pressure, and whatnot, you could have like magic rain. Magic stone goes in. The magic stone has an X amount of magic units, which then translates to an X amount of heat, electricity, or anything else. Electricity, in the end, is functionally just, you know, waves in electrons and that kind of stuff. So you can have really cool, crazy magic stuff happening, but with scientific sort of logic. And that's with the whole like hard sci-fi meets hard fantasy, which is the kind of world I kind of want to see. I want to make at some point. And I feel like Quasi-Morphe is very much getting close to that, but with the whole Eldritch Horror show and whatnot. And I'm like, oh, I'm so excited. I would keep on wanting to watch people play, but then also not watch people play, because I don't want too many spoilers. And for this one, I think we're gonna have to have the belt here. Yeah, we'll do a funny little crisscross, I think, is the answer. You see, we do this to, say... Now you're in the middle there, and if we zoom on out, looks like... It might be... Should be on the same level of these, because we have the heights. The heights are the same. Okay, good. And then I was thinking, you know, belt goes across here, and then here we'll just have a funny little lift going all the way down, and then it goes from there in, and then into that one. Or we do what I was sort of talking about doing with the quick wire, so it never goes inside the building. We just see if we can redo this. It'll break some of the matching that we have happening here, which is mildly annoying. Like, why does... Where do you go too far? I want them even. And I won't attach yourself there. Okay, what if we remove this one, that one? And it won't attach to this one either. So we'll have to... do things this way. There we go. Remove the belt because that one's actually not attached. And there we go. Now... we do that. It's a little bit of doubling, but it's not too bad. And here we can do then the small frame pillar there. We scootly poop it there and there. And with... oh, shit. Oh well. We zoop it. And it happened to be heckin' perfect. Yeah, gotta love it when things just work out better than expected. One more on the bottom there, and now we have a sort of connecting logic there. This here little pillar, funny silly little pillar is supported. We don't need too much support for this one because it's a magic anti-gravity machine. Nice. And lo and behold, they're turning green. Machines, they're turning on now. Ah, that's power. Ah! Well, that's an embarrassing little fuck up. I only got half of them to work. Okay then. Well, we'll have to redesign it. And the curse of the vertical splitter merger, they're always half meter offset for some arcane reason. I can't be bothered to use them. Too much of a hassle. Yeah, it seems like you can sort of get them exactly where you want to, if you build them in the correct order, like you saw me do there. Okay, but I like this idea, and the thing is, can I make this work? Another way. So I kind of forgot that we had more of these here, and I'd rather not just make it taller. I mean, we could, but it becomes this... it becomes a bit too much of a pillar, I'd say. Which is not really what I'd rather have it be an oblong brick shape than a mysterious square tower. But otherwise the concept works. So that means we're gonna have to redesign them, and then, well, might as well then try to redesign here then a system that is actually based on the middle floor. That way we don't have to do this thing outside, and we can pull you up from the closer to the middle, easiest pie, or just go out from here and then you do that, and the quick wire can be moved around somehow. I kind of like this system, so we'd most likely just have this thing come here, and instead of having the conveyor here to bring it down, we'll have the conveyor here, bring it up one level, and then across here to here. Now, one way to do it would be if we have then like 3 belts on top of each other like these, and then with one merger here, because we can't have the mergers right on top of each other. Except we kind of can. Right. But okay, so if we do that, then we might as well then try to design for an even distribution, where half goes to this one, half go to that one, and from this one we have then 3 splitters here, where 1/3 goes to these two, 1/3 goes to those two, and 1/3 goes to these two. So we're just gonna have to redesign that one. And you can drag belts off of the back of the vertical splitter. You are quite correct there, to be honest. Like, how would this... Oh, you are the longest distance. Oh, and they can't quite make it. But otherwise, we... We'll have to change how this one comes in. It'll have to move a little further away. Okay, yeah, so if it comes down, rather than coming down there, it comes down here. And it also belts across here, goes up here. Then half of this gets split to these, and half of these get split to those, and half of these get split to those. Now, it suddenly turns out it was a good thing we have these splitters here. God dang it, Boggy. You got me convinced. We're doing it. Sort of outie from the wall. Yeah. Because we were already doing it with these, and I was very happy with them. I was kind of like not entirely certain if I was happy with the splitters sticking out like this, but if we then have these belts, like I said, outie outside from there, well, that's a winner to me. Alright, which means we take you out, we take you out, we see if we can do this. This might be too tight of a turn. Was not fan-hecking-tastic. Now, this means we sort of know that we 100% can get away with that. Now, you are pretty freaking close. It's straight. One half step to the right. One, two, three, half step. There we go. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Now let's see. Now the Oh, you bastard. And now you're off also still by a little? And I think I preferred the version that was closer to the wall. We do that. Switch over to this small frame pillar here. We do 3, 4, 1, 2. There. And what we'll do is we'll get rid of those two. There we go. Now, so it was the corner turning and trying to maintain the distance for the support that was causing the unstraightness. So there we go. And the corner drag the belt around the corner and it's on its own, it'll be straight. Exactly right, Ball Cube. 100%. Now the thing is, we can do this one easy. This one easy. But this one is too long, which is a great and horrible tragedy. So now we need to figure out how do we give it that extra length. And how much extra length does it actually need? Oh, it need. Oh, we can always cheat. Because it was very little. Now with the issue. You see, we do that. We remove that one. And there. See? Problem solved. Now we do the same one here. So otherwise, we'd have to figure out to do stuff with the supports and whatnots. And I'd rather do that. Now, thinking about the belt supports, but the thing was, because I was looking at how far they come out from the wall, the belt support wouldn't have been really enough. But adding that tiny little bit of extra support there seems to have been just what we needed to finish this off. There we go. The lower one, the middle one, and then of course the top one. Excellent. Yeah, so the silica production keeps being a bit slow. Now there's some things we can do. One of the things is because the silica production keeps on also then throwing a whole bunch away, and that means what we need is a proper buffer. So I was thinking we'd add a buffer here, and like all this entire connection was just something we pretty much slapped together just to have something here. So get rid of the awesome sink. Because this thing's production needs to be ramped down. You're making 300 chips a minute. We do not need 300 chips a minute. There's no way we're going to be consuming 300 chips a minute. But they are consuming a large amount of the silica. That's why I was thinking that we could have then some of the silica preferring this side. Plus, this one has 3 machines feeding into it, and the other one only has 2. I love the Audi belts. Yeah. I like it when they make sense and they look good. Sometimes, they'll end up, a little chaotic. You just end up having them no matter what. And you're like, oh no. And then that's why I love the small frame pillar, because it can add a lot of like just structural sort of logic. Like, okay, so, it's not just flying, it is being supported. Now these, of course, don't need anywhere near as much of the support structures as the older ones, because they look much more solid than the lower tier lifts. But you're getting like all of your output is being sent into these. It seems weird, but I guess it's now, if nothing else, is filling them up. And your outputs are, yeah, alright. So I guess then things are ultimately sort of okay for now. Yeah, it's just taking a little while for these guys to like fully saturate. But they'll get there. And yeah, our quartz imports do need to improve. Okay, so this guy is all stacked up now. It'll take a little while for those to get filled. And they shove more of them that way, and then eventually here as well. Excellent. Oh, looks so deliberate. Yeah, I like it when they, yeah, exactly. When it looks deliberate, that's when it works. There we go. So now we have the catwalk here, and we want these to kind of meet these. Might as well have a connection there as well. And these stairs need to be redesigned so they go down here. And connect with this one. So now there's catwalk connection into here with all the elevators, the external connection up here with the silica. And this one has the access to the stores, to the doors, to the inside. So I'm thinking stairs down. There. There we go. Yeah, you got that support happening there. Okay, so now we have the import set up. All that works. Now we gotta figure out walls for this place. Let's close up this thing. Partially. I think we went with the avocado walls and the... yeah. Alright, so now we have the RAM tower. Now, we haven't really cut these off just yet, because I'm not sure if I want to do something here. If nothing else, I guess... you know what? We can make a nice permanent temporary solution. Save ourselves a lot of trouble here. Because otherwise, I know myself, I will forget. They're still here, so that if we do want to make use of these, we can. And now they're at least, somewhat capped off in a way that makes somewhat logical sense. Yeah, all of this still needs some decorations and more safety railings and whatnot, but it might need some other variations, so that's why I'm not worrying about it too much. You are low on... yeah, the dissolved silica again. Now they should be being fed 1-to-1. So the problem keeps on being the quartz. So even with multiple trains, I think because they come in a big wave of many trains at once, and then they don't all empty out properly, so they might have to add another train station. Now, seeing as we have this roundabout already here, and I've been sort of wondering, like, what am I gonna do with this here? And, you know, there's a bit too much stuff here flying about, but building just these towers for these also feels a little like I'm not sure. But if we then use these to be the part of the support structure for holding up one more train station that only picks up, you know, quartz. So this one is set up better than that one. No, yeah, exactly. Because here we can then do a dedicated right-hand turn, dedicated right-hand this way. Train comes in. Drops off quartz, gets back, goes back to pick up more quartz. And of course we could probably visit our quartz mining facility there and just get more of it to flow. The yellow walls and next windows make me think of bees and hives and productivity. Yeah, nice. Yeah, because I think the hex is sort of, you know, futuristic sci-fi shapes. So the green is, you know, avocado, which is has become the concept, you know, because we can't do apple, that's, you know, trademark, so it's just fruit computers. And the fruit that won the lottery apparently was the avocado. A bit of controlled chaos that makes you go, oh yeah, I see where the belt would go here. Yeah, the exact controlled chaos. That's the one. That's the term I quite like. You see, like here, now we have to go through the floor. We could do a floor hole, or we can make use of the frames here. Goes down here, and that's why these go like in and on and like through these frames, and that's why that is like supported from that direction. And it goes through here, goes down these conveyor lifts. And having them all, you know, color coded for the copper production makes looking a-okay. We are making an excess of copper ingots because we used to throw these into a sink, but I removed the sink because it was placed weirdly. These guys are also then overproducing now the copper sheets themselves. No, I did have a plan. Now one of them, I wish we could like change these out in a sort of neat fashion. With a smart splitter. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Jump. So any to the sides and overflow to the front. So that way these machines can keep on working. And we have the smart splitter here because these guys' outputs are also sent that way. Now I was considering changing the direction, which would make sense, I guess. Good old getting distracted. Now this one, Satisfactory has a lot of good like quality of life stuff that the Factorio doesn't have. mostly in the form of, you know, the note-taking in-game and the built-in calculator. I think Factorio not having an inbuilt calculator yet is just a travesty and dumb as heck. But Factorio then allows for mirroring and flipping of factories, and even things that have been placed down can be rotated. And that is something I would love to do. So I wouldn't have to delete all of that just because I want to like change the direction of flow. I could just rotate it, just look at it, press R. Now if someone suddenly points out that, hey yo, you can totally do that, I will be flustered but happy. As well, I love Satisfactory streamers. You either get the brain-melting delirium of spaghetti factories, or the brain-melting satisfaction of properly ordered factories. Yeah, that's the difference, you know. You know what's the difference between spaghetti and not spaghetti? Right angles. A sort of logical cohesion. It's all secret. It's all spaghetti beneath the hood. And of course, welcome on in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hey there, Ben. Woo. Water Park Simulator. I've been seeing a lot of people play that. It looks like, you know, the kind of like slop game that was churned out, which is not necessarily a bad thing. There's a lot of like really, really fun slop out there. But I'm being like surprised about the sheer amount of people playing it, because that usually implies they've hit something. They got something right, and I love it when there's an unexpected success. Especially in game design and so on. There we go. Now, hey, how's this factory going? It's slowly but surely, it's getting there. Now we just have to like change order, like directions of things. But we're getting there. Pretty good, minus fun. Excellent. That's always good. So it comes in just about what I'd consider slop. Okay, that's good. I think one of my like big slop triggers is actually, it's a very silly thing, but it's does your like in-game hand interact with things when you put things down or pick them up, or do they teleport? And or when you put anything, do things just do the because it's like Alchemy Simulator does it. Other ones where they're like items that like just float and levitate to their spots on like shelves or whatever, and I'm like, it's obviously must be some sort of pre-made animation everyone's using because it's so common, and that is one of those things where it's just like, for some reason there's something in my brain that goes like, I don't like that. Tickles me wrong. They also have a statement that they use 0-gen AI. Well, that's always good. I mean, not all slop uses AI, and not all AI is bad usage. You know, it's one of those things where I feel like there's nothing wrong in the tool itself. It's just more like well, I've said it before and I've said it again. Yeah, the biggest issue for me with the whole AI stuff is more it's not the technology, it's the corpos, and it's the rampant stealing. You know, the tool is here to stay. The tool is not going away. So, you you gotta learn to live with it in that way. But it's the rampant stealing of, and changing agreements that had already been made. Looking at you, X, who then suddenly declared, oh yeah, all this art that people have been sharing here and having this wonderful platform. It's all mine now. Mine. But you didn't make it. Mine. We shall claim it. That's the kind of shit that pisses me off. And I understand the whole stress with people and people losing jobs and so on, and that is true. It is very tragic. It's very difficult. But that's also, there's not enough steam engine engineers or like blacksmiths, like we were talking earlier. It becomes more of a niche job, and that's just a tragic fate of technology going forward. But it is being misused a lot. But then again, I think that's true for any and all new tech, really. And Meta with the terabytes of torrented books, but we still get charged for piracy. Exactly, that kind of stuff. It is the two-faced lies, rampant stealing, ignoring laws, and getting away with it. That's the kind of shit I don't like. That is like social, like societal levels of corruption that is being allowed just because it's a big corpo doing it. And it's like, that's some fucked up shit, man. I don't like it. I don't like what it tells me about my society, the world I live in, and the kind of shit that a big corporation can get away with, you know? Because it's straight up dystopian, in my opinion. And you know, that's the kind of fucked up shit. And also, firm believer in that there's a massive AI bubble happening. The technology itself is gonna stay, 100%. But it's the AI, the data centers are not. They just don't make any financial sense. There's no way to make the money back. The only way for them to work out is for something else very tragic to happen, which is just government bailouts, which might end up happening because they might be part of the actual customers, which, because it's all about data. It's all about data mining from people in the end and people's behavior. I'm all about targeted ads, and it's. I have this itchy, this feeling, you know. I have this vibe that this entire that entire project is going to come crashing down, because in the end there's like, who are you selling it to? Like right now there's this massive global recession, which of course, I mean, depending on where you live, you know, how your own like society and politics are handling it. But for us, there's just this whole like, there's massive recession, but you're not supposed to talk about it. There's no real recession, you know. There's no warring, what fucking say. But everyone knows it's there. Okay, so we redraw this. We have the catwalk. One of the ideas was to have the belt then run from below the catwalk. Going this way. There we go. Now that is reconnected, and now we have, you know, one belt going that way, one belt this way. We catwalks over them, so it makes, you know, sort of logistical sense. And then now we have two smart splitters, which we can then have the overflow flowing into a shared sink around here, I think. Wow. But also, so for on the water park thing, the most important thing about a game, is it fun? And most of all, are you having fun? If other people are having fun and you're not, you're under no obligation to have fun. And if you're having fun and the other people are not, well, you're under no obligation to stop having fun just because, you know, someone else isn't enjoying it. They're games, they're entertainment. It's like books, you know. No, they don't work for everyone. It's fine. That is the nature of art. If everyone always agreed on what is good and what is not, that's a kind of homogenous society that is like detrimental. It's not one I would like. I prefer a society where people are, you know, allowed and encouraged to be have their own opinions. Oh, sorry about that. Now, where would the sink be? I think we're gonna do it this way. So the center one is the overflow. Yes. And also, hey, and hey there, baby Katie. Sorry, I missed you there. My bad. And then, which way fix it is such a good corporation. There's no greedy, stupid human is running it. That's very true. There's most likely not that many left. Reminds me of man, if I can't remember it, but there's something like about the remnants. This sci-fi story I read, where this AI was desperately trying to like protect the last humans, fighting these sort of strange, corrupt aliens, and then actually I think the story was that other intelligent aliens sort of like found the remnants of Earth, kind of fighting this sort of like assimilatory, multidimensional monstrosities, and there's one AI still fighting it, and all the other aliens were also fighting it, and as the story progresses, it turns out there's not much humanity left. There's only there's technicalities, which this sort of hyper-intelligent AI was using to sort of justify why it kept on doing what it was doing, because it was fighting a, you know, there might not have been any actual humans left, but he kept on fighting because he had to. It was a very interesting story, very dark. I like my dark stories, and I think like AI, because we listen to Ada, because I'd say that the humanity of the Pioneer is very debatable. We never sleep. We never actually eat. There's food everywhere, but we never actually do eat. And when you die, you are sort of respawned, and, you know, it has the whole "are you even real" kind of loading screen, which I love. And I feel, though, for this one, it is also very possible that the Pioneer also sort of exists because of, like, anti-rogue AI sort of hard-coded settings inside Ada herself. So it needs to have something, you know, Ada is not allowed, can't actually build any of this. And that's why there's all these, like, crashed, you know, like, spaceships here. Because Ada probably tried, and then he realized I can't go past that, like, blocks in my programming. And therefore, you had to send in the Pioneer to do it instead. So, because a human is allowed to build things, but Ada's not allowed to actually build. So it needs to have, like, this sort of loophole for itself to get past its girls. I'm here for the Caramella Girls. Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have that one. It would be hilarious if they would have Caramella Girls. I mean, it's a Swedish band, and it's a Swedish company making this. All I got is goats. The worst of Goat Simulator. Coffee Stain Studios, Swedish publisher. My issue on the job side is replacing skilled workers with AI and leaving no one left to check that AI is getting it right. 100% true. There's some that is messed up. And when it comes to debugging and modifying, no one has a clue on how it works. Praise the omniscia. Yeah, the black boxing of the technology. I think that is a trend that will drive a lot of companies to go bankrupt, because that's what happens. Someone does some bad choices, becomes the hit trend of the day. Everyone else tries to do the same thing and so on, and then eventually it's like competing to be the cheapest. Eventually, you know, someone's going to turn up who does, like, okay, we're not going to try to be the cheapest, we're going to try to be the best, and then they go to all the customers, because while the companies have been fighting each other for, like, who's the cheapest, the customers have slowly but surely become more and more dissatisfied with the product. And then when finally someone brings out a product that instead of trying to be the cheapest is just trying to be good, you know, all the customers flock there. Looking at you, Steam, kicking ass by just, you know, making money, but not trying to make all the money. Just like, we're a store, we sell things, we're a middleman. Oh yes, we could be data harvesting, we could be doing all these things, but why bother? Shit works. If, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, kind of thing. And yeah, Ada needs a human thumb to press the button on the builder. Pretty much, bulky. That is my pet theory on why the Pioneer exists. And why they must exist. Because Ada obviously doesn't really care that much. I mean, it's a robot. I mean, it's an AI. It can't really care, per se. Yeah, that is my theory for why the Pioneers have been, like, cloned and sent, and they keep on rebuilding the Pioneer. And you have to keep on trying to motivate it. Because Ada is obviously also like an extremely human-like AI. In that she does have the sort of hint of getting frustrated. And there's a lot of, like, just repressed anger vibes, in my opinion. But in a lot of what Ada does and says. And all directed at, you know, the Pioneer, humans in general. And other Pioneers were so much better than you, and so on. You just have to, like, just keep on, like, negging our poor Pioneer. Just attacking her because she can do something that Ada never can, despite being a sort of galaxy-spanning, insane, super powerful AI. It still needs a stupid freaking meat bag to push the button. Like GLaDOS from Portal, pretty much, yeah. I'm pretty sure, yeah, they probably took a lot of inspiration from GLaDOS, now that I think about it. freaking goat music. You gotta love it. And ever heard the short story of Ray Bradbury's There Will Come Soft Rains about the automated house? Reminds me of that. I don't think so. Ray Bradbury is a name I recognize, but I can't associate right now. But yeah, like I said, I forget names of. I do listen to music, but I forget the names of bands, and I forget the names of music for songs, and I forget the names of people, things. I'm very bad at holding like just facts in my head. That's why I have paper and notes everywhere. I need to externalize my memory. So every now and then I make good association and I remember something. But it just sometimes it feels like, trust me, I know things. I've seen things. I've done things. Trust me. I'd never lie. Or would I? And do we get these? God dang it. There we go. And then try to zoot this. Would that work? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. Just seeing if we can do a... Nah, we'll just leave it. It'll be fine. Hello there, Crash Your Hole. Hope you're doing well. And for this one, let's see if we can make this... Ooh. Well, that won't work. It's too close to here. Can't get it to work because of that pipe there, so we'd have to go up and then down. Yes. Gosh darn you bastards. There you go. Just a little waste disposal platforms floating separately from the main factory floor. Totally not just dumping everything into water below. The fix-it does not waste. That's very true. And if you dump everything in the ocean floor, well, how are you going to get your coupons? We need those coupons. Or the company's store. I mean, it's not like the company's going to give us an award. We have to buy it ourselves. With their coupons. Melting in this weather, but otherwise fine. Glad to hear it. Hope everyone's well. Well, I'm doing pretty good. Having a nice enough day. Making progress, slowly but surely. And getting some nice, very positive feedback from chat about my incessant getting lost in the sauce of decorating. But apparently people like it, so I'm glad. And the same here with memory. As an old school sci-fi author who has some familiar works that are read in a lot of schools. That's where I heard it, but it's a very close to the AI defending humanity story, just in a very vintage Fallout setting way. Yeah, it's one of those stories of the sort of like the sort of tragedy, someone defending something that's been gone for a while now. Refusing to give up the good fight. Because without the fight, what are you? What is your purpose? What is your point? And so, hence, you must continue fighting. I think I said hence and thus would have been the more correct word choice. Alright, so we've got some decorations, and now the ingots and sheets have a proper waste disposal platform happening here. We could bring the catwalks over. Please start with this. Yep. Yeah, I'm okay with this. And the pointer being made. Oh yeah, that shit's off by 1 meter. Right, that's why. Which means we can't have a door here for this one. Nor can it truly connect with anyone else. We'll just put it like that for now. Just got walk to nowhere. There we go. Outputs are full. Inputs are maxing out. Excellent. Now, what do we got? We needed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We got 12 of those. Okay. Go nuts again. So 36 high-speed connectors. Not an OCD when you play Satisfactory. It's very true. And it's just satisfaction. I guess we gotta encapsulate this place a little bit then. Wrong one. There we go. There we go. Now they match the walls a little better. Freaking love it. So we could do that. I guess it kind of works even with the windows beneath it. Now maybe we just have the... I think both music gives me the meticulous construction just enough manic energy. I'll have to agree. Yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons I love it. You know, it's just it just somehow kind of just works. Just insane enough. Gives it just that right touch of whimsy. I'm kind of okay with this one. We're gonna have to add pillars though. Alright, alright. Ah, there we go. Now these pillars here might change. Yeah. Because otherwise the big flat wall, well, looks a bit flat now, doesn't it? So to add a little more life to it, yeah, we have the windows there. Now the gate can be supported by a little bit of wall beneath. And how would you... Just a touch here. And a touch there. And I feel like... yeah, those mirrors look better now that the pattern isn't like just chopped off in the straight up in the middle, but right where the pattern sort of logically ends. And the slanted walls. Slanted walls are cool, and I do like using them, but for this one, because we're still going for that just sort of high-rise, you know, Silicon Valley sort of computer machine vibe to it. Why I'm doing things this way. And here's where we can add the small pillars, because where'd you go with the beam? Would I go with anything? These are like glass and that on the way, so these are okay being flat this way. So if we zoom those, so I feel like this bit here needs some more three-dimensionality. We've already got getting it from these, but and those ones over there are coming out more than this one. So this one would probably also want to stay. Yeah, I like that. Same on the other side. And we'll probably, yeah, just put a beam or something across here. Deal with that
Mr.
scene.
Hanu. It's been raining here, so I hope your bit of the world is less cold and wet.
And they're all shug. Well, let's hope so. Yeah. I don't think there's been too much rain lately, but there has been a lot of sun and heat. Like an H underneath the belt doors. I mean, we could, but I guess this kind of works for me, though. If you wanted, like, yeah, the angles there. Just adding the pillars alone gave it a big oomph. You know, the mirrors are like the windows are coming out from the pillar. Only difference one stands out of this one. I'm okay with that. I'm very okay with this. Nice. Outside world still exists. Confirm. Yeah. You gotta check every now and then. You never know. Now, okay. I have an idea here. See if it works out. And he would play with the glass frame foundations this way. You're not sure, why not? And then we see about adding a roof. Oh, but no, but these stick out just a wee bit. Nope, not a problem. I hope. We'll find out soon enough. We do the 1 meter corner. We do Wump. All down to 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. Then the 1 meter angle. Do the material. I'm gonna go with the good old tar roof here. I hate when it suddenly just does that. You think like, oh man, I'm zooping so well, and then it does. Okay, yeah, you zooped really well, and we built this giant wall into Nonsense Town. Making Nonsense Town or stealing my roofs. And yes, looked like should be able to pull this off. There we go. And I'm thinking then we have a like skylight kind of thing, both, you know, layers. Or, you know, why not? A flat roof. Let's just go tar roof all the way. There we go, now that looks slightly more cohesive. Don't know why someone would come, oh no, would come to hang here, but they can, should they want to. There we go. Oh, you. Oh. There we go. And then ceiling lights. Centered correct. So it's empty thing. There's one there. The middle lamps will have to shift a little bit. Now you are centered here. Which means we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So middle is here. I think we might be goated out for a little bit. So we're not really going for an adventure, but let's listen to Michael anyway. Because he's usually the adventure music, but might as well have him on just because. Got that. Go. And under organization, we find the light control panel. And they make it a good point. I need a railing. I mean, a beam. Or they're very, very top. And we might as might as well make this one a beautifully painted one. Painted beam. Do half step down, half step in, well then we're completely in there, half step out. Now that won't work though. So I was hoping. I mean, it'll work. It looks okay. I was hoping to turn it green. If we do that, I will get that Z fighting there on the right. But if we add the beam, then it frames it in a unintended manner. Oh well. So instead, I guess we'll have to bring down the volume a little bit on that one and pick up the boombox we accidentally put down and make another light control panel. So the lights, the power comes out from here. Ah. I'll just do that, I guess. Alright, lights are on and in theory working. Change color to lamp. Bring down intensity to, I don't know, 70. Guess we'll see their effect better when it's actually dark, and these have actually been walled in all the way. Now this side will be more interesting because there's much less happening. So I'll have much more of these massive windows. Part of me is of course tempted to put in some more beams or something going sideways, but then that would break with the sort of design choices we made with the rest of the house, where all the pillars go only up and down, nothing going sort of only going vertically, nothing going horizontally. Now the outputs that we'll have here happening in the end will most likely be coming out from the lower floor. But we don't know that for certain just yet because we haven't built the next building yet. We'll find out when we get there, kind of thing. There we go. Aha, that's right. I still only stick out the tiniest amount. Schwein. Come on. Removal of foundation. Oh. Wondering, like, why aren't you grabbing all the extra foundations? And oh yes, because we had the maximum 50 already chosen. I would explain it, yes. Yeah, no. We'll do that. We do this, we do that. Not entirely certain how I feel about these. The only real option would be to add like a pillar in the middle or something. How many do we have here? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. How'd that look? Now, can't deal with the Z fighting. And a large pillar. Look kind of okay, but at the same time, not really. We start by just trying these out, right? So we could then potentially like take out these windows here, and instead of going for a symmetrical approach, we remove these with one of these so that it would be symmetrical on this side and this, and a different symmetrical on that side. That'll be one way of doing it. Or I remove the walls here. And move you out by that much. And then that'll look weird on this side, so yeah, no. Put in that one. Put in this one. Ah, easy peasy. That was closer than I realized. Add another pillar. Half step out, half step to the left. There we go. Zoop the bugger up. We zoop the bugger down. Zoop the bugger all the way around. So now there's a symmetrical sort of support beams. And turning into a window. And cutting this one off here does separate this little bit of wall from being this sort of weird extra piece of wall into like being supporting this here structure, the piece of wall that allows for the belt to come in. Give me a quick sec. Whoa. There we go. I'd say this building looks pretty okay. At least for the most part. We can see about if we can figure out a way to connect the catwalk into this here somehow. We'll look into it. Nothing that needs to be worried about too much. But now this thing is then just producing 36 high-speed connectors per minute. When this idle, output is maxed out. So how do we get the output out? Now we left the front half of everything kind of open. So we could have mergers and a big old belt. Seems like the sort of smoothest way to go about it. And there we go. Come on. Alright, I like the idea. Execution needs some work. So we do this, we do... One, two... Come on. There we go. Oh yeah, champ. Oh yeah. It's not there, isn't it? There we go, sorry. A long catwalk connection by leg and by elevator. Now we just need the modern railings. Let's start from the top. Have to go around if you want to get there. No, and then there's stairs here on this side. Heckin' perfect. Ah! You know what this place needs? It's the painted beams that go from here all the way to there. I know there's any paint, but we need more of that green. There we go. Rooftop. Select icon. There we go, make it the rooftops. Mergers are merging. We're gonna hang out here, run around, look at all the cool stuff. Gotta finish that one too. And we should have the framey McRampy. There we go, one pump, and then let's put one of those there so it has sight. There you go. A little bit of illusion of cohesion. Almost makes sense.
I've noticed you keep coming back. I'm not sure I can give you what you want, but don't worry, I'll let you down gently. Ha ha.
Thank you, elevator. We'll redo these. So you actually floor 1. And you are floor 2. Then this is, come on, 3. And this is ground. But then it's floor 1, 2, 3, and they're the stops that are stopped at the catwalks. So there we go. Those are all working out wonderfully and beautifully. Excellent. And we have the catwalk connections here and there. So this entire building is now done. This one just needs. Well, let's finish her up. I think we're kind of done with this one. Mostly done. We'll have to go in and ramp down its production capabilities pretty aggressively. Because, yeah, like I said, there's no way we can consume the 300 circuit boards we're making a minute. That was just us getting a little greedy. Just a smidge. Just a touch. Now the good thing is we can just downclock some of those and it'll be fine. Yeah, just because we need more of the silica for this one, for example. We can do the math once we can be bothered. And now the thingy even make it Jimmy. Stop big rowing, yo. As they say. Now we'll pretty much do the same design here on the side with a couple of differences. So we're gonna put a similar sort of roof system. Yeah, I have the managerial toilet. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Does the managerial toilet need it? No. It's an outhouse. It needs to be out. You can't put a roof on that. It's in the rules. Now I was thinking we put this thing like halfway-ish, and then I put a converter or two, like just for the hell of it. Again, just so it looks like there's, you know, like a water tank up here or something. How embarrassing. The Twitch app completely freezes, and I spent 20 minutes thinking, I'm not sure it's quiet today. I mean, to be fair, I do get locked in every now and then, and that happens, so... It's an understandable sort of mix-up, I'd say. Yeah, but there's been a lot of Twitch freeze-ups lately, hasn't there? Hello there, Jamie, on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. Good day to you as well, my friend. I'm thinking with these... I wouldn't... Can I... Oh, just like a little bit on down there. Oh, I was hoping this entire thing could be turned into golden. See if they, they do nothing. Other than look potentially cool. Which is, in my book, usually a pretty good and agreeable excuse. Locked in and holding perfectly still mid-blink. Totally normal. It could happen. I might be having a stroke. In that case, I hope you then, call for help. Chances are small, but never none. I think that looks like a good sort of cutoff point. Yeah. How is this silly goose supported? You see, we could have that there. So how would you look in? Now that kind of works. Can even do it that way. clips in an acceptable way. Serves zero purpose. But looks neat. No, I like these, but maybe not facing that way. Did you just clip into the roof? Yeah, it did. A bit too much, even. Now, a tiny step down is a tiny step too much. So I can have you sort of Dang it. Well, looking from here, that looks slightly better than that one. But we can get rid of them completely now they have the long beam, though. Now your output hole is there. Nope. I want to build a converter. Alright. And then we put a 4.5-meter foundation. There. Change material to the fix-it foundation. Change color to kind of like putting copper on these. Then we do a logistics, a rid of you. With the pipe going in. And under architecture we find, you guessed it, no, a couple of large fans. There, 9090. I wish. Sort of wondering, could I make this thing, you know, look neater? Like in a way that would make sense. For now, we'll just leave it there. But I like that one. Maybe we could use never done there, but maybe here or somewhere else we can add some more fans and things. Really push that industrial feel. Ooh, yeah, this bit. You see, every one of these comes at floor height. Another half step to the right. Excellent. Okay, so we got the high-speed connectors though. And we should probably send some of them over here. There we go. All the points are going up. Yeah. Alright, so we need the high-speed connectors in order to make something. So the high-speed connectors we're manufacturing in order to make not these. We need them for the supercomputers, but one of these needs 3. 3 times 9, 2 times 9 is 18, 27. So making 36, so we technically only need 27. Okay, so the large number makes sense for that one, at least for the supercomputers. So it's 27. Yep. This one could be handy. That would be a nice recipe to have. And we could export some for like radio connection units. Oh right, that is something I think I did look at. So quartz crystal, we're making a bunch here. We're now making high-speed connectors. Well, we're making it a little bit of excess. 27 plus 14 would be... Wait, 7.5 would be 15. Would be 42. Which is more than 36. So even not even that math really works out, but you know what? It's okay. It's good enough, close enough. No need to worry about it too much right now. So, then... For the supercomputer, we need plastic, and then we need the computer. For the computer, we need crystal oscillators, and those require AI limiters. And rubber, and quartz crystal. We got the quartz crystal right there, so that's nice. And the AI limiters, we'll be looking at, well, the plastic ones needs quick wire and plastic, but we got insane amounts of quick wire, so we're okay on that front. We do not have anywhere near enough plastic. Now, for that one, we need 112. And for the supercomputers, we need 252. And at least 126 rubber. Okay, so 364 plastics and 126 rubber is something we kind of need. Now, if we look at our plastic options here. Alright, so we can do residual plastic, turning 6 polymer resin into 20 plastic. I don't think that's a good deal though. And then we can make... Here, 30 crude oil into 20 plastic. Okay. Or fair enough. And how do we get polymer resin? Heavy oil residue turns 30 into 20. That's not a good deal. And if you have a polymer resin recipe, it turns 60 crude oil into 130 polymer resin. Alright, so we would want effectively this recipe to make a whole lot of polymer resin and turn that into plastic. That'd be the most efficient way. Fair enough. Now, do we have access to the polymer resin recipe? I think we've had it, but let's hope for the best. That is still there on our list of options. There it is. Select the reward. spiked there for a little while to 3 million points per minute. And it's crashing down. Almost at 500. Almost halfway. Almost halfway to the goal. Excellent. Now, like I said, we need at least 364 plastic. So let's do some math here. So how many thingamajigs do we need? So back to the recipe for the plastic. We clippity clappity on the plastic button. We find the residual plastic. So 60 makes 20. We need 364 at least, and that won't be divisible by 20. So we also probably gonna want some more. So the polymer goes 60 into 20. Yeah, still more. Because the resin recipe makes more than twice the there you go. Yeah. More than doubles the oil into the refinery, and this one then halves that back down, or more than halves it, I guess. So then 30 oil would make 60 plus resin, making then 20 plastic. Okay, so it's 60 plus. It's still slightly more than just this. So this one, the 30 directly into 20, and this would make 30 makes 3 would make 6.5, so 65. Oh. Not the biggest savings in the end, I guess, but it's better than nothing, I suppose. And then we're left with 10 heavy oil residue, which is less than we'll have to... No, this one leaves us with 10 heavy oil residue. The other one leaves us with something. Also 10 heavy... Okay, same amount of heavy oil residue. Now... what kind of stuff can we actually make with heavy oil residue? I'll kind of think produce it, that's very true. We can turn it petroleum coke, coated cables, turbo blend fuels, straight up into fuel, which is most likely what we'll end up doing with it. Diluted fuel or diluted packaged fuel. And the diluted fuel will probably be the best one, because that way all we need to do is add some water and voila, extra fuel. And compacted coal directly into turbo heavy fuel. Well, excellent. Yes, we'll be making more plastic and might as well make more fuel while we're at it. Now, the most important thing, I guess, here would be then the speed as well, because this one consumes 60 per minute instead of 30, so it does twice as fast, so needs less refineries consuming less power. And yeah. Polymer resin will be turned into... Well, the good thing is that it'll directly sort of turn it into everything we need. And we'll just add water. And it's solid, so we can also just chuck it in the sink if we need to, while it's running. Freaking heckin' perfect. And the production rates remain the same. Let's see here, 40x poly into 90x rubber, and on the plastic side it is 60 poly in 20 plastic. And let's see here, then we had needed calculate for a 364 divided by 20 is 18.2. And if we round that up to 38, 80, that's 19. I'll do 400. So 400 plastic a minute, because something else gonna need plastic at some point anyway. So might as well make a little bit of extra. And what we don't need, we sink. Plus, then we get a nice even 20, which feels nice. On the rubber front, we need 126, so 40 would be 7. 60 would be 8. So we're aiming for 160 rubber. And 400. It's a lot of refineries for those two, so then we need water and everything else, and it'll be great. It'll work out just fine. I desperately need to have a tiny little break. I need to go stretch my legs, refill my drinks, and visit the old loo. But we got a nice house, finished up. It's all up and running. We got walls up everywhere. Some decoration done there as well, so pretty good progress so far, I'd say. In-game CP, put up the BRB. I'll be right back, my friends. See you soon. And I have returned. Sorry it took a while. I accidentally tried to boil way too much water. As I made myself some more coffee. There we go, that's the good stuff. Okay, we did some math. And we figured out some stuff. Coffee in and out of game. Exactly, Morden. Okay. Not what I was supposed to do, but it's happening now. Needs to be done. What we do is slap in the blueprint designer. There we go. If you don't have the wormhole, the game one apparently has. I know, right? It would be amazing. The infinite coffee. The what now? But that's a... I would have thought you could upload a blueprint into a larger blueprint machine. It feels weird that you can't. Oh. Up to the station, Mark II. There we go. And now we look at the blueprint. Mark II. To the left, later to the left. Then you to the left. And then we're at the oil fields. There we go. Alright, next this one was technically keeping all that running, but I'm pretty sure they make excess power, so I'd like that to be on the grid. So there we go. And yeah, we can always then add more train stations. We got enough roundabouts, easy enough. So now if we look at the map and we open up our resource markers, because here we see we have one normal, one impure, and two impures and a normal. Further away here we have impure, impure, and normal. Alright, so we're probably gonna do something with these, because these two pure nodes are like just are fully used to make all of this nonsense. And then you go the good old classics, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, so we're not gonna touch it. These guys are slooped. We might have to then steal away the sloops if we then get enough production happening, and then just ship in extra plastic for this one, rather than, you know, waste sloops on these. Well, waste and waste. Yeah, it's all good. Now, let's see here. I'm gonna get rid of these. There we go. And then we find under organization. No, blueprints, of course. Mark II Hyper 2 station. Then it would be neat if we could, you know, mirror these, flip these, do anything. There we go. So now we have a more sensible, when you arrive to the station, if you don't push anything, you'll be chucked into here. So when exiting, push nothing. When entering, push nothing. Excellent. So the only place where you have to press E is still at the intersections, but even those need some work. Now this thing could be... Okay, no. I must avoid random inspiration. Don't do it. Now, you know you can set the dismantling filter? I don't think I do. What do you mean? Because I know you can like dismantle mode for default and... Oh. Dismantle filter. Wait. So if I look at you and I just G. I did not know that. It's been right there in front of me all that time. That's what you get for not reading. Read the manual. RTFM, read the fucking manual. It is 100% true. An extreme truth of life. Boy, do I feel silly. Thank you for pointing that one out. I think someone else, actually, now that I think about it, might have pointed out earlier, and I have promptly gone and completely forgotten about it, as I do. Alright, so let's do another have a look. We change the cassette, because we've been listening to this one. We go for me and my golf cart. Well, the manual is busy doing the very important job of being my coffee coaster. Well, Rosa Red. That is a very good point. The streamer, we don't expect you to be able to read. You got me there. Remember, but then you forgot. That is how it goes, you know? I remembered once, but it doesn't help me now. I knew the answer once. That won't stop me from being wrong right now. Ah, lovely. I also noticed my mustache has been exploding. Well, that's okay. Just being more dramatic. Now then. We were looking at this, and to make the... We need 20 refineries of 8 refineries to make these. Which means we need a grand total... of how much polymer? Let's try it again. There you go. Now we need 8 times 40. Times 40, which would be 1632, 320. And for the plastic, it's 60. And we need 20. So 20 times 60 is... Well, 2 times 6 is 12. And it's 120. 1,200. Means we need a grand total of 15 and 20 polymer. And I forgot to look at the number before I closed the thing. Put down the boombox. Oh yes, yes. I keep on forgetting about the boombox. That is in my hand, and I middle mouse something of that. Then it puts it down. I'm like, damn you! I have to then go and pick it up again. So for 15, 20, so 1,520 poly made from so can we even make this way? Now 15, 20 poly divided by 130 means 11.69 machines. Nice. I found the boombox is reasonably good at getting rid of the whale giraffes. Well, how? Do you like just place it on one of them or something? Tell me, Morgan, how does the boombox help there? So, but it's 11.69 times 60. We need 701 units of oil. Now that sounds like a number we can probably make happen. And then we do 11.69 times 60 equals 701.53. Now if I find that an awkward number, so let's do 12 times 60 is 720. We need 720 units of oil, or we need to sloop something in between. Now 720. The blast function seems to scare him off. Ah! The mega base. Ultra base. Now one pure maxed out all the way is delivering 600. All of these are burning them out. You know, fuel and all that jazz. Now that... Is that oil or just shadows? I think that's just shadows. Yeah. Now... The moonbox is apparently also, thanks to chat, I learned, an excellent way to get rid of unwanted crabs. Most wonderful. Now this one will do 300. And that one was a normal, yes? Meaning you do 150. So that's 450 out of the 720. So one more normal and we got 6. No, we got 750. The fireflies, yes, yes. The firefly. I mean, the game does Ada calls them all. You know, it's a hatcher that holds like a hatches a colony of like flying crabs. See, they're all queuing up. I'm gonna go have a quick look, see. You might not be filling up quite as fast as we would want you to, but we'll have a quick look, see later, not now. We'll try not to get too distracted. Keyword is try, most likely fail. Yep, there we go. And there we go. So now we got 600 plus 150, that is 750 a minute. We needed a grand total of 720 for what we need to do. And let's tap into a little bit more. And have you doubled your slug shards with the summer sloop? No, I have not. Oh, slug shard, yeah, but right now I'm making synthetic shards, so we no longer... Now I have hundreds upon hundreds. I got like an actual container just filled with full of stacks. I'm never gonna need any shards again. Yeah, I've summer slooped my DNA capsule production, so summer slooping every machine that turns animal remains into protein, and then also summer sloop the machine that turns the protein into DNA capsules, so we get double the protein and double the DNA capsules. But we're already making synthetic. But yeah, in the meantime, I did use summer sloops to make get more shards per slug. Yes. My first shards, I didn't do that because I was dumb. Then chat pointed out, like, why aren't you doing this? And I felt silly. And then but at this point in phase 5, because we need power shards to make the synthetic shards I needed to make the alien power matrix. So I built the machine to make 2 feet into that one. And then while it was running, I just shoved a industrial container full of shards. Because I was hoping to put them in the awesome sink. But sadly can't sink them. Can't sink power shards. Very, very tragic. Okay. Now we have an idea, the core of it. So we pump from this one, and that one, and we bring them in, say, here. Seems acceptable. They can then bring bring stuff closer if you want to, but maybe we'll just build it here. Why not? And we'll build it slightly higher up. Kind of because we can. So let's do it like this here. We do first find a nice piece of world grid. Yeah. Okay, building one more there could also be handy, so then that would be 450. There was another one somewhere here close by. There. So we could get 600 from those. There we go. Then oil gets pumped. There we go. That one can then kind of wait. So I think I'd almost rather grab that one instead. The pipes follow along these foundations, and then we build the factory closer to the road itself. Probably also visit our doggos at some point. Haven't been there today. How'll this look? Alright, so we've got the oil to be like potentially pumping. Go. Alright. So now those will be able to pump in oil. Might as well give them power, actually. Not sure why I didn't. We'll look into that. Okay, power input is behind you. Large amounts of oil. So 750 units of oil per minute, in theory, rushing through. Oh, no, wait. Yeah, but they can't, can they? Yeah, these two alone will fill the entire Mark II pipe, so this one will in fact need another pipe. Well, we'll get there. And then for the production of the giant things, we'll have to look at the special and the big old giant Tekken blueprint designer. I'm gonna do that. There we go. Have a sip of the coffee. Tekken 1. Oh. Heckin' thing got in the way again. Not this one, but this one. Let's go here. We have more power and stuff nearby. It helps with the whole flying around business. There. Now there should be no weird wildlife getting inside here. Now, what we're hoping to do is, I was thinking, can we make 4 refineries? So we can make them like work like back to back, but it's a little tight for what I'm sort of hoping to achieve here. So what if instead we see about just getting them side to side? And seeing how well we can make these guys work if we slap in a whole bunch of heckin' catwalks. Now let's look at the straight catwalk, so we can stick some of them behind. And they're all off by some weird amount, pretty much. We feel like one single catwalk with that. or 2 if we leave this much space. That's like 1/8. And the difference between these two is looks like to be what, around 1/4. Still off by like 1/8 if we do that one. There's like exactly 1/4 in between, like bounding boxes. I kind of like the idea of this one, because then we can have a catwalk running across here. We can't have a single one unless we go for the lower one, and then that won't work with anyone else. And this one makes the ladders slightly less, you know, eternally cramped looking. Come on. Well, that'll then be off by that much. And they paid a wonk. Good luck. Left side connects to left. I kind of looked at that one because left and right would be the same, so I checked, yeah, with the overlaps there. So if we first check the inner one, so what if we then have these ones be the ones connected? Now we do 1, 1, 2. That one's off by a half now, which means if we... So we could have left to right if we had one single one in between. And then right to center has somehow the same one. But, yeah, corner to corner though, works. Yeah, right to right would work. That's a good one. That's a good deal. Now these are off by a quarter, and that'll just break all of it. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty certain. So because if we do that. We need to stick out by one more. And it's only got 1, 2, 3, 4. So you had 5 of these. And at that point, I'm pretty sure we could just fit another easily like multiple refineries here next to each other. Oh, we already could. Like slightly more than a refinery already in between. So I think the answer would be the 3 lower ones. What in the shit? What kind of monster would design this? These don't match either. Nothing matches in this thing. Why? Who the hell designed this for refinery? Someone who hates catwalks. Someone who allowed for catwalks to exist in the game, but you know, only because they had to, not because they ever wanted to. Someone who hates fun. I'm sad. I take full responsibility for the blueprint looking like bollocks. It was all me, and if it wasn't, I temporarily controlled whoever actually made that. Whoever designed the refinery and decided to like put all these attachment points for catwalks, but made sure that none of them will be can actually be sensibly used. You absolute monster, you. So what if we then just try to plan for this again, eh? I mean, I guess we could make it work by just taking a small step in like that and just allowing for the clipping. That'd be better, I guess, on the upper half, on the lower one. And then that would be off by half for this guy. These two lower ones kind of work. You'd have to be... Huh. A connection like this. Again, the still got to walk in here. We have access to the ladder. We can't actually fit beneath, but that's okay. What is it though? Okay. Over here, stay like one step to the right. So now those would match. And that one's exactly halfway. Okay, so if we do it this way around, we'd at least have, then we can make use of the
Stop shrimping, streamer
back
man.
ones. What? Hey there, Crash Hole. I think there's squat. Oh man, I need to get out. There we go. Got a free one. There we go. Ah. Let's get a proper alarm for that squat one, so I'll actually notice it properly. And just something we added there earlier this stream.
Drink, drink, drink.
Oh, will do, Crash Hole. Here we go. Alright, version. You're off a little tiny bit, but then again, yeah. Then we do stuff this way, then we can kind of skip those and these, and we focus on using these. But I'm not happy with, as we do this, they'll end up mirrored, and that's also not ideal. So if we then look at using the rear entrance, how would we balance that one? So if we have then, we probably want it to be like right to right, which would be then either here, which is doable, and the next one would be here. Would open up the middle for some more catwalk shenanigans. Wait a minute. Ah, alas. Off by a quarter. We can add silly things like this. Which I would be most okay with. Wait. As we connect that. No, still off by a quarter, and the height's all weird. Off by a quarter in like all the directions. Okay, so we could make this work. I mean, not directly like this, but we can have connections to the lower and the upper one. They'll be sort of off from each other, but other than that, I'd say we're pretty okay. Multiple catwalks, multiple points of access, and then from here the stairs go up to a thing that is like off-center, but we'll only be linking these potentially then straight down to the train itself. And with that, I think we have the distance that we were sort of looking for. Yeah, I think 1 up isn't quite enough, whereas 2... There we go. I'm getting catwalks all over the place. Getting close to these, but not really obstructing it. Okay. Yep, I'm seeing it. So one catwalk all like over and across there. Yeah, so once you just get at least one sort of like separation done, then you can always connect to the same point in the next one and so on. So now I feel a little silly for it's like I solved, a baby puzzle for babies. think a ramp could look interesting height-wise, because it looks like it's pretty close to where that is. Well, let's consider that. Hey there, puppy. Hope you're doing well. Sure the factory is large enough yet? Good question. It must grow. It's very true. No such thing. That's a large factory that's large enough. And we've been making sort of like compact-ish designs so far, especially using our refineries. So this one is going to use a grand total of 20... Yeah, 28 refineries. So it's going to take us a bit of space. And we're going to do that also by having them even further from each other than we usually do, just so we can fit even more sweet catwalks. Yeah. What have you been doing well, puppy? Sorry I've been chatting too much, but I have been lurking in your streams. It's just like I catch you always in the evening, and I'm like just socially tired. But like, the dogs are taken out. I've had some food. I'm like, I could say hi, but we're kind of heading to bed soon. And they're like, eh. Oh, you tried out Probably Stolen. How are you liking it? I've seen Wolves play it, and it looks really neat. Looks very neat indeed. So I missed that one. I just noticed all I knew is that you've been playing a whole bunch of Zomboiden. Hey, thank you, Akihiro Sugiyama. Hope you are doing well, my friend, and take it easy. You lurk away. Enjoy your time, however it works for you. So I think this kind of setup would be fun, because then we have like catwalks up front, down back, and I think we're gonna... I'm pretty okay with these getting, you know, daisy chain. Because daisy chaining these looks fun enough. And fine enough. Now, let's have a quick look-see at those recipes. So for the polymer stuff, polymer resin. So we have a liquid input and both outputs. And we're using that to make them plastic and rubber, which means we'll then have a washer, so dual inputs with only one output. So I'm wondering, like, how do I make two separate blueprints? Well, why not? I kind of like the lift going in and facing backwards. And then you combine one of those with the splitter. Sorry, merger. Might as well face this way. There. It's all slightly more compact, leaning slightly in, but no like aggressive clipping happening. And then we look at number 9. Number 7. like a half step in. It looks like you would touch in a less than ideal way. Oh, don't do that, you crazy bastard. There you go. Nice and straight and even. There you go. Now we're going up so that... Yeah, because we got to go down there. It would be fun if we could. This one looks like you can get a lot of support from a lot of stuff. I mean, what if we change these out? So I still very much like the walkways. But I really wish there was a stairs for these. That's pretty much my biggest issue with walkways, and why I don't use more walkways is the lack of a stairs bit. Right, now you're like... there. It usually go one step further than that guy, which means there. Now we should be able to nudge, and these would meet more or less perfectly. Means on the empty a little that way. So I like these because these have the proper, you know, support structure stuff happening beneath them, and I think I would love to use more of these in my structures. But yeah, like I said, alas, no stairs. Now if we do these with the stairs, I think this one would be a little too. Oh wait. Where's my beams at? My beams, chat. We tried with the crossbeam first, because who doesn't love a good crossbeam? Now that is just offensive. Well, I guess that's a nope. It's technically still usable, but it clips in poorly, so that's a nope. But I kind of realized we could. We don't have to go all the way up there. I mean, we're like, you know, maintenance access to the electricity systems, which is, you know, doesn't make any sense really, but, you know, I like that kind of stuff. And we could have a T-crossing. So I kind of like the whole having a catwalk go above the machines as well. So in that sense, I would like to use this one. This one looks neat, but what if we then do a similar... thing, but You know, we zoop these up instead. It's a little too high. Can be tested there. But we could. See about doing it this way around. No, but then it goes over directly over those, and that is not something I wanted. So then it would be across there. Mild clipping, not necessarily a problem. We'll say the catwalk for like building related, so like houses and so on. And this one is then the industrial walkway. And wait a minute. I forgot. That's an option. It's like one step to the left. So there's a walkway that goes over the machines. We see them. We see those going below us. We have access from here to here. We see these. And here we go down. We do the inspections. Yes, yes. We take down the tiny ladder. Then we go down here and down the next one. And now no one is. Now there's no sort of like bad overlap. And but is this then an issue? So I like this one. Maybe a little close, but nothing too bad. Maybe they can zoop and a whoop. Catwalks. Good old absolutely irrelevant. And Fixit has determined that walkways 2 meters offset from the chemical exhaust is 14% less harmful than walkways placed directly on top of the exhaust. Fixit cares for the productivity of its pioneers. 100% truth. Now we have a walkway going across here. Then we have the separate one. Oh no, but now can't make use of these, but that's okay. We'll just maneuver these to be, instead of this side, to be on this side. And there. I get down here. We're close, but nothing's bad. Then there's emergency ladder. We can get to the front. We can still inspect the electronics. Everything is A-okay. Yes, yes. I'm almost tempted to try to put down like a ramp that goes down here, but that would clip into the machine itself, so that would be bad. And that feels appropriately unnecessarily convoluted. Oh yeah. Now, how are you? They're also different. So you'll be at the exact. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3. So we need 1, 2, 3. And those are there. That is the furthest out. Next one would be the middle one. Looks like that is pretty set. And furthest to the back goes from here. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. What? 2, 3. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Yes. So now we got some walkways set up, and we're actually using the actual walkways, and I just love how these guys look. So I'm wondering, could I get in some lights here in a fun way? Like, 'cause all of our ceiling lights are freaking huge, but we do then have the straight up street light. So could I stick a street light up here in a way that would make sense? Looks like the answer is no. Well, that's never stopped me before, at least from trying. So if we were to have a street light, that could be in between the two refineries. And the thing is, for that, I almost feel like that would be a more appropriate way to face then. Ja, dang je beestje. Surely someone here can share. Buildables in it as a designer cannot be connected to world buildable. Well, that's bullshit, because I want to see how the lines would work. I don't like that, but I think these would look better if we push them a bit further to the side. Now, they'd then be... If you look at their architecture, what's a good beam? We have their own concrete one. I kind of like this one. It will make you match... Oh! You can. And that would be in the middle of that pipe. So that is less than ideal. And with the distance, another option would be here. Well, then they'd be really separate from those. Which is fine, Lights probably should be their own thing. So if we had you build... say... there. So that would look good for that. The light shines pretty nicely there. We'll do one more, and then then we'd be on the line there. And that way we put another one there. Kind of in the middle of this one too, which looks pretty good. And then we can have these and those connect to each other. Yes. And that way we can have a pillar here to, cut down on the whole levitating platforms business. And what's a good pillar for this one? Now we could of course use the actual frame pillars, which are always good. Okay, don't do it that way apparently. There we go. And we can't see it clipping through. We have it touching the bottom here. And arguably could be part of the piece holding that up. Oh, hey!
Hello there. I guess that means we're having a Sweet 16. IDK. That's typically for years. Not months. Sorry. Have some cake anyways?
I love that AI DGS. It keeps on getting better at its job. So that's every now and then it makes messes up, but that was a good one. Hey there, Georgie. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for the ongoing subscription. Jesus. Ongoing support. That's amazing. 16 months already. All in the mortal world with the words of the puppy himself. That's almost a year. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's very nice. And a Sweet 16.
Also, Henlo. How are you doing, good sir?
I'm doing quite fine. Having a very nice day. We had ultimately, a good week in the sense that our doggo went to the vet and he has gotten help and it is really helping him, which is very nice. Other than that, having a lovely time with the game, building stuff, trying to figure out how do I make all of this make kind of sense, and getting lost in the good old creativity. Helps good, 100%. 16 months is over a year, sir. That's the joke, yes. But I hope you're doing good. Always lovely to hear from you. Let's see here. So that would support that one. At 11 meters, you're kind of there. Ooh, I keep on forgetting. We have these buggers. How would you... okay. Well, almost, but not quite. But I'm doing quite well, all in all. I hope you're doing well, Chody. Not like it easy, it's full of struggles. And yeah, getting an older dog, and you know, help you can get. It's a good old feels good man kind of moment. One clips through. Doing okay, actually. Got to sleep at a normal time last night, but I've been unable to get myself to stream lately due to stressing out over this surgery that'll be still haven't scheduled. My insurance is being done. That sucks. That really sucks. All I can really say is, no, I hope it gets better. Oh. I hope insurance learns to play nice eventually. The chances are small, but as they say, never nil. But good sleep is always good. And of course, yeah, and with the streaming thing, yeah, I mean, you have to take care of yourself first, you know. Streamer is the most important part of a stream. If they're not doing okay, well, then neither will the stream be doing too well. So yeah, remember to take care of yourself. A little airborne, but we might be able to ignore that. The concrete pillar is not what I want here. So let's have a look, see at, I don't know, the shelf beam. It's not still entirely convinced it's good or bad. But its boxy box nature does work here. So I'd say that's a win. I'll take those away for now. Unless I can figure out something else to put there. Wait, can I like just hold that, do a little quick jumpity jump, and like just scooly poop it down? Nope. But how about from here? No, it's offset by some weird piece of insanity. Why gotta be like this? Let's get that one down centered on the thing, but it's not centered on this grid, which I don't care about. That's fine. Like, part of me knows that there's no point stressing over it. I don't know. Yeah, I know the feeling. It's good. Like, but it's very okay. It's very normal. To intellectually understand something is not worth stressing over. It's very different from emotionally not stressing over it. You are of a split mind. Every human being is like this. You have our hormonal stress and emotional reactions to things. That's why it's very important to be sort of aware of these things, because they'll surprise you. They'll catch you unawares. I will just let that thing levitate for now. And yeah, and that's why I think it's important to be aware that you're having an emotional reaction to stress and so on, but and it is it's usually justified. You're not stressed for no reason. You are stressed. The stress is real. The stress is understandable, but at the same time, trying to find a way to not. Because it's easy to then feel bad about the stress you're feeling, and then you sort of like dig in that emotional hole for yourself, right? You're like, oh no, I can't get anything done because I'm stressing, and then the depression hits, at least for me, and so on. You start blaming yourself for not getting stuff done. But the good thing is, at least you sort of intellectually understand that there's actually not really much to be stressing over necessarily, and that's important. I'm starting to miss streaming, but I feel like I don't know how the energy for it, or the right energy for it. Yeah. I get that. So it's important to take care of yourself. Focus on yourself. There we go. Like I said, the streamer is a very important part of every stream. You gotta take care of yourself. But at the same time, at some point, you might want to do the whole ripping off the bland band-aid kind of thing of just doing it. Just do a stream. Worst case scenario is actually not that bad. Might not be the best stream, but that's okay. There will always be the next one. You can always keep on practicing. Always keep on getting there. Only get there in the end. And okay, we can have a crazy amount of these anyway, so they're gonna have to do the manifold type. Might just do the starting tomorrow, even if it's just like an hour. Exactly. Because if it's something you enjoy, then you shouldn't rob that joy from yourself, right? So there's a difference between, burning out and missing out kind of thing. One of them makes one thing, one of them makes the other. And we have outputs flowing that way. So we could have inputs flowing the other way, so that's... yeah. Like icon, refinery, (2x) bread, refinery with with walkways. And light. With walkers. We do save. Alright, yeah. Yeah, I just need to do it. Maybe it's not for long, just something. If my mood isn't quite right or I'm extra quiet, that's fine. Not every day has to be the same super hyper self type deal. Absolutely, 100%. Not every day has to be like, wow, mega show. And I found that on some days when I feel like, oh man, I just don't have it in me. I don't know if I can stream today. Then I find like, you know what, I'm going to do it anyway. And I find that just, you know, like the Shia LaBeouf memes, just do it. You know, just doing it gets me in the mood, gets me to have that energy. I find it energizing. I find it, you know, freeing. I get a lot of pleasure out of doing this. And that makes me happy. You know, we might as well build the factory from that way. Because the actual... We had 12 machines, yeah, for this one as well. Thanks for the follow. I appreciate it, and I hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Oof. Yeah, I sort of noticed it's been over 7 hours. Am I getting like all tangled in my words? Okay. We got two. One setup requires 20 refineries, 8 refineries, and the raw oil itself needs to be refined with 12 refineries. Now, we don't actually need to have all of them in one place, I just realized, because that's a silly thought I had, wasn't it? You see, if we got 300 there. Now, let's see here. Now, every machine goes through 60 units, which means we can have 5 machines dealing with that one's output. Well, that math doesn't math. And... well, we do have that one there. Why don't we just make it... let's just make it an excess. That'll be 450 and 450. The grand total of would be then 900. We need 720. That's fine. But 450 goes into... oh no, the wrong button again. Wrong button one more time. So we do 450 divided by 60. 7.5. Well, that would be, in other words, 8. Still not the neatest. Liquids can be fed in from multiple directions, so we'll have to see if we can fit them in between here, in fact. Then those with the 450 and then the extra 300 from here, and then they like meet in the middle for 12 of these, which would then not fit there, you know, no way, no how, but maybe along here. Oh well, let's find out. And I don't want to keep on breaking the coral. So gently fall down. Have a look, see. How tall, how high do we need to build this thing to ignore most of the terrain? And the silly local wildlife. Clips in the trees a little bit. Oh, that's okay. We don't have to go. Ouch, nails. That far to the side. There we go. We do it from. Again. There. Help me with my hovering. And then we check out these sweet, delicious blueprints and two, yes, refinberries. And the inputs are on the side with the chimney. And the outputs will now head that way. Oh, we can always just redo that, it's fine. Now your width is about 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, I do quite like the illumination here. We're gonna have to then have bigger lights higher up as well. And okay, I think we're gonna have to make a, well, first of all, blueprint needs some fixing. We do that first. Mark 1.2. The pipes don't care. Well, this way we can have two opposite blueprints, and we should be able to get them to work together. Looks refined with walkways, Mark 1.2. Oh, I can't do those, eh? Sorry, part 2, P2, there you go. Save that one. And let's see if we can get these to... Oh. You know... Okay, let's see just how... Because this is where they'd be opposite, right? Okay, but they can't actually be opposite because of, yeah, that whole thing. I mean, they can, I guess, but then we'll have to do an actual mirror. You see, the front is fine, but the back is not. Alright. So we do that. And we'll save again. And we'll see if we can get those guys to match up somehow in a nice, neat, and appropriate manner. There you go. If they had a crossing there, they'd be exact opposites. And if they were to make use of this one, then we have matching solids. But that one is not that important, what we're doing here, because there are no solids. So if I were to try to match you, and the right hand side would match every second. Okay. Delete the entire blueprint and try again, because that one was poorly placed. Oh shit. What if I cut out everything on the input side? At least these. Can we get them to match now? Perhaps. I have a feeling that it's... Yep. Another grand old no. Now to cut out the pipes themselves. And now we should be able to get them to match. Now the bit that is furthest to the back on the bounding box of the blueprints is actually the walkway for both of these. You see, that one says no, but we change to blueprint. You should attach then we press H, lock that one down, and right. They were matching up all times, it's just okay. Let's clear, load. Load in the Mark 1.2. Actually, yeah, the Mark 1.2, the 1.2 should be working just fine. So the bounding box should be right. Ah, it's slightly inside. The frick. Okay. And then we do the V2 of part 2 here. Why would... Heckin' walkways have betrayed us. No, there's the fighting. Because of like an eighth. So the looking at it, one step to the left. Add a pillar for aiming purposes. See if that'll help. And we check again blueprints and the 1.2. With its big chunk. Just shit looks like that pillar is sticking out. More than it should. Gonna find out soon, eh? Yeah. Why? Are they behaving like this? How the frick does this make sense? So load in the part 2. Maybe that'll help. So 1v2. And we'll see that, and the block is in fact going too far. Nothing changed. Somehow. I mean, in the end, it's not that big of a deal, but mildly annoying. Mildly annoying enough. Yeah, I was thinking like maybe if we just, you know, go the other way around, maybe that'll help. Answer is no. It won't. Now if we do it this way, you will connect and you'll connect. So they can share that one pipe. Now your output would be heading this way, and I'm okay with this. We could kind of make something like that happen as well. So that's neat. That's very neat. I like the complexity of the walkways. Looks good. Even if with the space here, we don't really need the offset. So do we want the offset or I think symmetry wins. See, we do those, and then we switch on over to the straight up intersection. Save that one. Get rid of those. We switch over the blueprints, the 1.2 with walkways. Okay, they are now opposites of each other. I think the part 2 is the one who gets to have things shifted around. Oh well. All right. There we go. 3. 3. Yeah, I'm on. There we go. Yeah. In towards the empty. One, two, three. 3. Reef. No. The refinery itself. We select the icon, we choose the color. Slightly more green. Echo cyan. There you go. And the name is 2x Rex. Workway. Mark 1.2. Part 2. I forgot to save the changes, didn't I? Yep. Yeah. So now we look at the good old Mark Graffinberry, no. There we go. I'll put you in here. And then we look at the opposite. Yes. Oh, a catwalk, we have lights. There we go. That's 4 out of 12. I'll do the same thing many, many times now. Oh, good morning there, Master PB420. Hope you're doing well. I'm trying to use even more walkways with my walkways. So we need to fit one more of these, and the width is 1, 2, 3, 4. Blueprints, newest one. Because then we can look from here from the blueprints when we find the refinery with walkways. One. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there'll be 12 of the 11.69 that we needed. Excellent. Looking at it from afar, it looks, I approve, appropriately convoluted nonsense. Just the way Mama likes it. Clear the designer. Delete the designer. See, we've got lights. We almost got all the lights. Apparently we forgot to hook some power up. Gonna want some power in the middle as well. Alright, now let's configure. You're doing just raw or crude oil into polymer resin. Alright. So those two might as well be pumped into here. You'll go from below and around and up the other side, and then they meet in the middle somewhere. And there we go. If anything with the blueprint, I kind of feel like smooshing this thing slightly further to the right so it'll be in line with the walkway. But all in all, I'm pretty happy with how it all turned out. And we'll make it all be connected to something soon enough. But right now we just gotta see if it, does it actually work though. And for that, yeah, we'll need break that one up. I might as well break these up. There we go. Now, let's see. There we go. That would be like potentially one pipe. Zoop those in there. We get this here fellow to go. Yeah. Like that. We celebrate by breaking everyone's mind a little with the happy birthday music. Freaking celebration. There you are. Yeah, should have had a beam, I guess. Oh well. Now we'll figure out the power sort of properly later. There we go. I think we can make work with this. We have catwalks then across here. The layered effect is something I'm pretty okay with, and I think it's funny. We would then have the power tower. See, we go up, and it's connected to the catwalk. Hey, and through here we can then make our way all around. Make an excellent. All right. They just need, well, they need some pumping now, don't they? Now, technically, if I remember correctly, head lift is a little funny. In that it only goes up, as long as it goes sideways, it doesn't really care. There we go. Now we got oil being pumped in. And these guys are producing stuff. And the outputs are flowing in the desired direction. Yeah, that is delightfully convoluted. I'm very okay with this. Now, what if we put a floor hole right there? That should be there we go. Then they'll be pumping some oil in from this direction as well, and with their equalizing pressure from that side and that side being 750 currently, they should then maintain a oil pressure here that is more than all of these can consume, which should be then A, O, and K. Okay, so that has been dealt with now in theory. Now we need to just get rid of the heavy oil residue, and then we'll start turning this, all this blue gooey goodness, into plastic and rubber. Now 12 of these actually. Yeah. We're making an excess of that too. I was thinking worse, the Goat Simulator was their weird entry. No. The Happy Fixed Day mix. I do believe they had this thing like also like playing non-stop inside the hub. I heard. This is something they launched on one of the game's anniversaries. They like added this into the game. Alright. So. But that's about enough of that. Let's have some like deep rock galactic music. Appropriately epic. I'm pretty happy with how this thing meets that thing. The stairs here are nice. We're gonna figure out how all these, meet in a sort of pleasant looking way. Then, eventually. We had 12 of these producing 20 per minute. That'd be 240 units of heavy oil residue. I think it was playing in the hub. Yeah, that's what I heard. The hub played the birthday mix on doing their like anniversary. Then there was like pizza cases and a princess torta, like it's called a princess cake, which is sort of cake with the sort of cream sort of filling, but on top, and on top of that a layer of marzipan. The green dome. That worked nice. Okay, so we get compacted coal. We could then directly make turbo heavy fuel. Turning that 37.5 into 30. Meaning... $240 could be turned into something else. We can dilute the fuel, adding water to it, turning it into more fuel. Actually, let's see about that one. So we have 37.5 residue into 30 turbo fuel. Compacted coal is irrelevant in this piece of math. The diluted fuel turns 50 into 100. And 100 fuel turns into okay. Petroleum coke. So if you just bring in sulfur, turn some of that residue into petroleum coke locally, and then you can make the turbo blend fuel. Because the turbo fuel then turns 22.5 into 18.75. And this is 22.5 fuel into 18.75. And then with a bunch of compacted coal. Now the 37 residue into 30 turbo fuel is... This one takes 15 compacted coal per minute. Whereas... twice as much. But what if we were to unlock this recipe? Then we'd be turning 22.5. Petroleum coke is turned at 120 per minute, 4 into 12, so 3 times. So you got one single machine making petroleum coke, and it would feed 1, 2, So these would be 45. 45 plus 45 is... Oh, yeah, 2 of these are 45. 4 of these would be 90. So 5 of these. 1 petroleum coke machine feeds into 5 of these. 5 of these would consume 150 units of heavy oil residue. We got 240. And 15 fuel, which would be times 5 would be 75, which requires with the diluted recipe, it's doubled, meaning you would require 35.7. Okay, so we need 2 machines to make petroleum coke to feed. Maybe enough to burn it all. What do we really then need? Because petroleum coke is made directly from the residue. That means we'd have at least 10. We may be making like 450 units of turbo fuel per minute. Maybe. It's not a turbo fuel. Then we're gonna burn it all. Or turn it into rocket fuel, and turn the turbo fuel into rocket fuel. We would then need nitric acid, which we are actually making. Plan to make a little bit of extra there on the side. Yes. And we could, of course, just package a bunch of turbo fuel and put it in a sink, because we got the residue for it. We use some of that to make a little bit of plastic canisters. And this would then also bring back some compacted coal, which means we would need at least 1 machine burning compacted coal to make turbo fuel. Or then we chuck all the compacted fuel in a sink. But I think the... Okay. Let's look see then. What if we do turbo heavy fuel? Now the turbo heavy fuel requires that could do 337.5 a minute of the residue. We have 240. Let's do the math here quickly. 37.5. 240 divided by 37.5 is 6.4 machines. So 37.5 divided by... Oh, sorry, 240 divided by that equals 6.4 machines. Now, what we saw there that the turbo heavy fuel would then require 30 compacted coal per 6.4 times 30 would be 12.8 18 19.2 192. We double check. Times 30 equals 192. Okay. Now then we look at the turbo fuel. We turn that into rocket fuel. And we would then have 192 units of turbo fuel. And that would run, well, 3 of these machines, which would then give us 300 rocket fuel. Needs 30 nitric acid, but that would only give us back 30 compacted coal. So I was wondering how much compacted coal do we get back so we could run one machine with these 3 if we use this kind of loop, which doesn't seem to be really worth it. I think the turbo blend fuel might be the better one. Because making the fuel is cheap and easy. Petroleum coke we can make here, then the only import we really need is sulfur. And we have a pure node feeding into our sulfur factory that is pretty close by. We can absolutely tap into that one, because I don't think we need quite that much. At least hopefully not. Yeah, because it'll be less than 10 machines to deal with the heavy oil we're pretty much producing here right now. At Turbo Fuel Plant, I realized that even though I've unlocked most of the alternative recipes, I didn't have this single recipe that would massively simplify my supply chain. Yeah. Which means we have to look at the man. Yeah. Well, we don't have the thing for that anyway, so that sucks. Well, we're pretty much making a large amount of compacted coal here already, so maybe we could just import some. Should be fine. Time to go on the walkabout and grab more drives, I guess. Yeah, that might be the case, but then again, like I said, we're already making the compacted coal here. So we could just import that one. Now 22.5 into 18, or 37 to 30. There's a 7.5. And also 4.2. So we do have the water and so on, so we could... This is like not the best recipe. Because we could turn our 240 heavy oil residue into 480 fuel by just adding water to it. And with that, maybe like 20 times this, so then we need like 300 compacted coal. That is a bit rough, to be honest. Needs coal and sulfur. We'd get back a little bit once we turn it into rocket fuel, because the nitric acid is easy enough to make, and dark matter crystal and package rocket fuel in the dark ion. Okay. Mucian, turbo heavy fuel, turbo fuel. Nitrogen gas, sulfur, coal. It's nitro rocket fuel. Now that one looks neat. Because then we would... Ow! Okay, yeah, no, okay, yeah. Sulfur coal. Now, because that would be handy, because I would skip the whole compacted coal production. I would skip over the whole turbo fuel, go straight into rocket fuel. 100 fuel into 150 rocket fuel. Now, doesn't have to be the most efficient. It'll be close enough. Now, do I have access to nitro or rocket fuel? Let's ask the man. No. I would have really liked that one. I'm going to turbo blend a few. Didn't the machine like just say that I don't have access to this recipe? The search function doesn't help. Slight downside is you might make compacted coal at a later step. That's very true, but I do have a sink I can just throw the compacted coal into. So when I was looking for this one, it said no, you don't have this on your as an option, but turns out I did. It keeps on lying to me, this machine. I'm pretty sure I was looking for instant scrap not too long ago and I didn't find it. The OCE supercomputer. I mean, it could have been handy, but we're already going like crazy down the like battery. I mean the classic recipe route. Okay then. Radio control systems. We're making the chippies. We're going for the AI stuff. So I think we have the radio control system. So if we're making those. That's about pretty, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. As long as it makes something I can say, chuck in a sink, I'll be pretty happy. Ooh, the electromagnetic control rod. I don't know if we need those. I kind of want to go for the OC supercomputer, but we kind of like build... The giant factory we're building is to use one of the more basic, the normal supercomputer recipe. This one would just be, you know, instead of 1.8, we'd make it 3 per minute. Cooling system requires aluminum, rubber, water, and nitrogen gas. And then if we do the alternate radio control system, which when we got making the chips here already, the quartz thingy requires rubber as well, I think. And then the factory we just made, making the high-speed connectors, would be kind of pointless. Unless someone else wants them. We can always just chuck them in the sink. Except, of course, if we do get the EM electromagnetic connection rod. But, okay, we do need this one, because we need more of those. And I don't actually have a dedicated factory for those just yet. And let's have a look-see here, then. I don't need any of these. This remains as a maybe. Got better ones? We got better ones? Now the recycled plastic here, it looks interesting to me. So I'm wondering, like if I make, how much does it make to make? So if right now we would turn this to make rubber. So 40 polymers would make 20 rubber, whereas 60 polymers makes 20 plastic. So if we first do yeah, Okay, screw the fuel production. So if we first turn that, all the polymers into rubber, and then use a bunch of the fuel we can, because we can make crazy amounts of fuel, like I say, 480 a minute. Then we turn that into recycled plastic. And then our plastic production is just skyrockets. But do we need that much plastic? I don't know, but we could. And that's a heckin' winner. And that's going to make our plastic production just skyrocket. So instead of making, part of the polymers going into plastic and part of them going into rubber, which also means that, okay, we're now overproducing everything already, so that's fine. We got the awesome sink for that one. It is awesome for sinking. So all of those polymers we're making, which would be around 1,520, would then all be turned into rubber with the application of water. And then all the heavy oil residue we got here with the application of water is doubled into fuel. And that will then double the rubber into plastic. That looks like, yeah, that's a hard win. I haven't done any like recipe gambling really before this. So you can recycle rubber, which kind of seems funny because then if you first make a whole bunch of rubber, because making rubber is cheaper. But you can have an infinite loop of from rubber into plastic, plastic into rubber, as long as you just throw fuel at it. This means if I have like one container of plastic or rubber, and this entire thing just only makes fuel, we can turn that rubber into plastic, and then that plastic into rubber, and then that rubber back into plastic, and it's an infinite loop. I want to make an infinite loop machine just for the hell of it. And how many hard drives have you collected? I don't know. Can I see that information somewhere? I've been collecting and haven't really like scanned any too many, but then I can re-scan some of these. Adhered iron plates. Now that could be pretty good. I mean, the speed isn't the best, but then you just then you don't have to make screws. Maybe flexible frame also then takes rubber. That makes 3.75 rather than the normal 2.18. Or the normal 2. And apparently we have infinite rubber now. As long as we can get some fuel in there, we're good to go. The steel rods and the coke steel, well, I don't care about these. I don't think that we need that many rods for anything. Rubber and petroleum coke for... We could have... Okay. Lots. Yeah. One too many lots. That is very true. Lots has been achieved. Electrode aluminum scrap, where we do petroleum coke, aluminum solution. I'll have that as an option now. Because why not? And... Alright, didn't I just select this one? No, there's another one. So the turbo electric motor, or the copper rotor. I don't think... Okay, we actually... Nah. I think the steel rotor is a pretty strong winner, whereas the turbo electric motor changes out the cooler into a rotor. I don't know. That's a kind of strong maybe. Yeah, we got way better use. Meh. These are meh. Leached iron ingots. I do like my leached. But then again, I got the pure recipes, and they're pretty much kicking ass already. Okay, that is a pretty good one, though. And the turbo pressure motor. I don't know, making these ones is pretty expensive, and using them and then burning these to make motors doesn't feel like a good deal. And the flexible framework, I mean, we got a machine making a whole bunch of these. We don't need more. We're gonna scan. Nitro rocket fuel, we got them. We got it in the end. We got there. Oh yeah, just coal, sulfur, nitrogen gas, and fuel. Well, that's one of the things I really wanted. I was kind of gambling for. Anything else here we could? Versatile uranium? No, I'm not. I got my entire uranium loop. Nuclear loop is done. The basic iron, well, that's a bit too basic for us now, isn't it? Plutonium fuel unit. Meh. Quick wire cable. Now that's a strong maybe. Leach copper ingots. We'll add that to the list. So I like those leached ones. This one's. I'm not sure if we're gonna need more of these. I don't think we will. They're only used for making the thermal propulsion rocket, and we're just making more than enough. In other words, okay, the copper rotor does seem pretty fun, though. So you're making steel screws at 260 per minute. And this one is consuming... So steel and copper making... Similarly, actually, to the steel and copper rotor we already have. Which would make that a pretty good one if we need the rotors, but I'm not sure if we do. And here the adhered iron plate seems pretty good as well. Apparently, except it isn't. The heavy flexible frame, 3.75 a minute, compared to the 2 or 2.8 a minute from the other ones, and it's just that it takes the modular frames. We got those in case industrial beams. And a whole bunch of screws. So we'll leave that one there. And everything else has been like rescanned that I'm sort of willing to risk one on. We're gonna do 5 a minute. Steel frames. The classic modular, the bolted frame does make them at 5 per minute, nice and fast like. Though it does require more reinforced iron plates and next to the screws. Screws are kind of easy to make though. We played around. It's always screws, isn't it? It is. Always got a screw loose somewhere. Hey there, Pythos. Hope you're doing well. To you as well, my friend. Hope your day is starting out pleasantly. Now, these guys are mostly doing okay, but the oil, even though it should, it just doesn't get all the way here. And I find this annoying. I remember double and triple checking the math here. And then even coming here to double check that. Yep. It's producing 600 per minute. No, well, I mean, they do turn on every now and then, so it is all still kind of working, so in the end, that's okay. And here we are, yeah, importing. Oh yeah, we're making freaking heat sinks here. Forgot about that. And went to the drone lift competition and a flight fest at the US Air Force Museum yesterday. Ooh, that sounds super cool. So many cool entrants. There's one entrant that weighed about 30 pounds and it carried 65. Well, that, my friend, does sound like pretty goddamn cool. You're gonna love it when, technology advances in a cool fashion. Okay, we have the 240. The plan was to make. Okay, let's look see here. Now we have 12 of these, making 130 per minute. So we'll do 12 times 130. Yeah, 1560. And that can be used to make rubber. The residual rubber recipe. 40 into 20. So half of that. And then we can recycle it using the fuel we make. We make insane amounts of fucking plastic. You see? 30 into 60. So we're doubling the rubber into plastic. And we can do that for all of it. Now first we do here. So 40 into 20. We divide this by 40. And then we need 39 machines. Well, it's a nice solid number at least. I saw some of the results. No airships. One of them was cool. However, they broke in half on takeoff. Probably stress fractures in the carbon fiber. I'm so excited about it that they showed us the footage. Hey, well, that's good. That's fun. As long as keep having fun even when things don't always go the way you hope. That's good. And 12 times 20 would be, 240. Which we can turn to 480 fuel, which can then turn that. Okay, we're gonna build like an excessively humongous machine. I think we're gonna use the refiner blueprint that is a bit more dense that we used there. And we're gonna have to build a tower filled with refineries. To turn all this residue into rubber. And all this liquid, the heavy oil residue. And the resin into rubber. The residue into fuel. And then those into rubbers and plastics. And then, the exports are galore. To the point that, and then at some point we'll look into the whole turbo and rocket fuel, now that we got better recipes. Especially because we got the coal and the sulfur is already being exported there, we actually are making fuel. So that'll just have to be like redone. So those nodes make rocket fuel instead. Especially with the new recipe, I think we should be A-okay. No airships. Part of the challenge is doing the 5 nautical miles in a low time with the highest weight, and then unload another 3 laps. Then unload in another 3 laps, almost another mile. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Criteria basically meant there's no chance of success. A couple got really close. Oh, that sounds super neat. But the DARPA contract, it's a high bar and everyone goes for it. Next year someone's going to get it. Yeah? Well, it was a fun idea. But, alright, it's been eight and a half hours. No wonder I'm like just flagging. You shoot for the moon, you make orbit. It's very true. Yeah, always aiming a little too high. You never know when you'll accidentally overachieve and make some hardcore progress. But I'm pretty happy with the blueprint madness we got happening here with these refineries. And yeah, this is enough to turn that oil into residue. And next time we'll be making a slightly more condensed, tighter structure. And we'll see about making it into a tower with a bunch of water pumps on the down here to pump it all up to the top. And then we'll have gravity pull it down. Same for the heavy oil residue. We'll have then a container up top. Then it flows down. So on the top we'll make the fuel, and below that we'll do the recycling of the rubber and stuff. At least that is the sort of initial plan. We'll see how it all works. And any fuel that is left over, we'll just burn in generators. No point in doing anything too complex here, because otherwise we'd have to get the sulfur and coal in, and we already have that happening over yonder there with the old fuel factory. I think it's better to then just reuse all the inputs from there to turn much of that nonsense into good old rocket fuel. And part of that is making the fabric, and I don't think we need any more fabric though. Fabric is only used to make my filters, and I haven't, so we can just ignore that for now completely. But I'm very happy with how just pointlessly convoluted that is. Freaking love it. Mike Coyer is in DARPA. Is a fun one. He put out a request for proposals that could grow biological structures in space. Big ones. I think he was aiming for 500 meters. Ooh. Well, that would be a pretty cool one, wouldn't it? Because if you could do grow structures in space, then you could make essentially self-healing structures, wouldn't you? That would be pretty cool. What's the university? We'll say they were from New York. Yeah. Well, that sounds super cool. But hey, I am getting very tired. I'm very flagged. And I haven't really had a proper break. And it's been over 8 hours. So I'm going to have to go and walk my dogs and get myself some food. And then tomorrow we'll be really diving into the horrible truth of recycled plastics. And I'm very happy with that convoluted nonsense in front of us. Now it just needs more lights, more power, and then the output needs to go into factory, so it'll actually all be running. And I'm pretty happy with the adding of the street lights. It needs a few more. And a happy accident that apparently we get a power tower to really match up with the walkways. Looks very neat. Nice little network of nonsense. You gotta love it. But it is time for me to save the game. Until next time then. Well, thanks for hanging out, Morden. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming by and saying hi, Pythos. And everyone else. But it is time for me to switch the scene to the end of streams. And find the song we all know. The one we all love. You know the song. It is the song of drink and industry. And then it is time to have a look-see and see who's out and who is about. And where, my friend, where do we raid? What are people playing? What are they doing? Anything super cool? First we check on the all rated U button. We owe a raid 2. And there is one, the good old Knaposaurus, playing Songs of 6. And anyone else? anything extra fancy. Well, I mean, the puppy himself is playing Project Zomboid, doing his 0 to hero kind of pacifist run, even though he was mentioning last time I was there that he might be giving up on the pacifism in the relatively near future. But that is relative. I guess he meant more like at some point. So would you prefer some Songs of Six or Project Zomboid? Well, thank you for hanging out, Oshug. Always a delight. Always a delight. And I think the winner's going to be good old puppy. Songs of Six is always cool for me, and it's always PZ. Well, then the puppy wins. Because he was there, like, closer to my mouse. So I'm going to send you all to enjoy the wonderful entertainments of the Cyborg. A delightful streamer, friend of the streamer, a wonderful fellow from Germany. So I'll send you all over there, doing his pacifist primitive 0 to hero challenge. So thank you for everyone for hanging out. Thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had, as always, a lovely time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So, like I said, I'll be coming back tomorrow again, more stuff, and we'll be fitting our petroleum plastic rubber productions, and we're going to get that computer factory hacking up and running and powerful. So, got a Rocket Mechanical in this run. Ooh, 200 citizens from just 10. Well done. And thank you for hanging out, Alan247. That recently had 2 of the original 10 passed from old age. Now, that sounds like a pretty cool sort of Songs of Six run. Man, yeah, I gotta go. Gotta run. The doggos need me. And I need some food. So, I'll be seeing you around, my friends. Stay awesome. I thank everyone from the YouTube side as well. J-Min, Master PB, 420, and everyone else. Say, take care. Stay awesome. Ta-ta.